Round 2. Go!
Hey, what's going on? Welcome. It is round 2, your pre-game show official here on Capcom Fighters as we are about to kick off this exciting top 8 here on Sunday for NA East 2. We have come all the way back round again. We are diving into this second half of the season. We already know 9 of the names are going to be at Capcom Cup. We're going to find out the 10th today. Myself, Logan Sama, and Jammers in the hot seat to preview the 4 exciting first round matches. Talk about the 8 players that we're going to be seeing in action today and how they got here. How did you enjoy the top 16 action yesterday?
Yeah, it was interesting. A lot of matchups I'm familiar with, a lot of counter picks. I think there was actually very good representation of Cammy and Chun-Li, surprisingly, today. So it was very good to see that. And it's actually good to see Smug in the winner's side of a top 8. So
yeah, we've got a very familiar looking top 8. A lot of the names that we were expecting to see. You got CJ Truth, Shine, Smug, a rare appearance from Dan Slip returning. We obviously a player that we know about, but he hasn't been super active in the online NLBC anyway. We've got Brutus, who had a tremendous performance representing Canada. Great to see Terren in there, super talented player as well, and it's great to see Rob TV and Knuckledoo, even if they are in losers and one of those players is going to have to go home. But we, as I said, we're going to be breaking down these first round matches and how these players got there. Let's start off with CJ Truth.
This guy is absolutely clinical, man. It's brilliant. I mean, he made top 16 the last time round. I think he lost to IDOM and
Metro M. He made it to top 8,
Yeah, he did. And again, nothing shy of amazing here. But, you know, I'm very curious to see how our young prodigy made it to the top 8. So let's go and check out his reel to this top 8.
It's so close now, Chip. Either way, look at it, 10 seconds left. Okay, that's Dew recognizing he wants to get that chip. Hold on, I think that may have given CJ the life lead.
It's so close. 1 second, and it's CJ. It's going to take it.
Wow.
Move the double dash. Another one.
Okay. How far through can he get?
You see how locked down he is. But here's the activation on the sledgehammer. Plus frames. Hold these. Chip, no dip.
Yeah, that's it.
D-trigger pop. The baby boomer's coming through.
Oh, yeah. He's got the little shield. Hold on. That trigger's almost gone, but you also know that CJ is looking to react. Hence EX.
CJ at the same time.
The hit, and that's
right into
gonna
it.
take the round. He likes that. Okay.
The propaganda. The take the throw, but now answer back with the EX. We've seen this, or the activation. We've seen this before. Be careful throwing out those booms.
In time?
I just said you gotta be careful throwing out those booms, and now CJ Truth taking it over Knuckledoo.
There you have it, CJ Truth powering his way into that top 8. A player that we did focus on yesterday in the round 1 pre-game show as well. Really nice guy to speak to. A very good interviewee. Had a lot to say. We couldn't even use all of the content. Obviously, we have to cut these interviews down. But he had some really insightful stuff to talk about. Maybe someday we can get some of these interviews up in a longer form. Maybe on the YouTube channel if you guys want to check those out. If you've got an interest in that, hit up Capcom Fighters and let them know that you want to see it.
You know what to do. do.
But yeah, CJ Truth, he's a player that we know has an abundance of quality ever since he exploded on the scene as a very young teenager with Fei Long in Street Fighter 4. Something crazy like 12, 13 years old. That's when he was a prodigy. Now he's a man.
Yeah, it's safe to say we accept.
Yeah.
I mean, he's younger than us, so I can still call him a prodigy.
Of course, young man. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm at that age where everybody's younger. Unless it's Daigo or Ryan Hart, everyone's younger than me. But yeah, he's super, super talented. I think one of the things with those young players that came in and really came to prominence in Street Fighter 4 is a lot of them found it difficult to find their footing in Street Fighter 5 because of the transition. And that's one of the things that is very evident about the Street Fighter series. As you go from title to title, there is such a change in how the game plays. Street Fighter 2 to Street Fighter 3. Yeah. Of course, what's a fireball? Completely useless. What's anti-airing? I'm going to parry your jump in anyway. Street Fighter 3 to Street Fighter 4, completely different games. Focus attacks, one-frame links. What's all this stuff?
Nuts.
What's going on? Vortexes, hard knockdowns, FADC combos. What's all this stuff? And then we get into Street Fighter 5 and it's crush counters and dashes and jump-ins and all this craziness, V-trigger comebacks. So it's very difficult for these players to transition. We've seen that with a lot of those players from that generation that made their name in Street Fighter 4. Yeah. It took them time to find their feet, and to be honest with you, some of them haven't still, but CJ looks like he has. He's looking super impressive. The performance that he put in that SFL pre-season match against Jill Kevin, looking real strong, and I know you were really impressed by him yesterday in the one game we saw on stream.
Look, all it is we need to see is the one game to know that he's just top quality as a player. He's a winner. I mean, that was actually a riveting set to open up the whole stream.
It was amazing.
That was nuts. And then that last Sonic break that Knuckledoo threw, and then the super came out. I was like, dude, that's 4 frames start up. That was going to catch you. We know this guy's got reactions.
He was really tempting fate because it was it's still super hard to react. It's got like 10 frames start up, 30 frames recovery on the Sonic break, even on the but he didn't need to throw it. He didn't. Why are you throwing it? But I have to say, look,
talk to me.
Cammy's one of those characters that's super easy to run offense with. She's really, really easy to run offense with. Defense is what impressed me with CJ Truth, and the decision-making he made on defense against Knuckledoo was fantastic. His patience, he knew he had the life lead. All he had to do was sit and wait for that opportunity to safely V-reversal.
Yes.
He took it. Know that he wanted to be... Gar's V-Trigger 1, of course, it's very easy for Gar to get frame advantage on you.
Easily.
But if you can be in control of where on the screen you're going to take that block.
Sure.
And he was doing that a lot, right? He was really moving around and making sure that Do wasn't in control of where you're going to block this boom, where you're going to be at minus frames. And he made it very difficult for Do to mount a comeback. And in the end, he closed it out.
That's not easy to do, by the way. That takes a lot of situational awareness and very good patience, as Logan was saying. But it's like, do you know what? I just saw just winner quality in him throughout that set. So it was a great set to open up the day.
Well, he's going to be going up against another player that we highlighted, and I'm really happy that he's made it into winner's side because he's been super consistent in NLBC, and he definitely deserves form to be here in winner's side. And he's going up against Shine, who not only impressed us with his Ibuki, but he pulled out that jewelry as well, which is pretty awesome.
Apparently it's nice. Apparently.
It was nice. Let's take a look at how nice it was, along with his other matches as he made his way here into top 8 winners semi-final at NA East 2.
Legs again.
Okay, willing to take the risk. Very good.
Wow, Shine looking super strong. Doesn't want anyone to say anything about this, but here's the activation.
Yeah, I had to block the first one there. Second time, it's your turn. And he's just looking for that single hit. You can tell all he wants is the medium, just one.
He's played Justin. He spent the time with that kid. And now, right now though, Shine's looking like a different beat.
Gotta watch for the activation attempt here.
On it.
Yep. Okay,
Great
huge.
jump in. Oh, ate the bite!
And we're gonna go down to the final round here between these two. One of them moves on to winner's side top 8.
That one confirmed to do it.
Oh, it's almost here, not quite. Either way, still. Yeah, grabs the back throw takes it for.
Shine booking his place in winner semifinals with that really impressive pick, that nice pick of Jury. After going 1-0 down against Rob TV in the qualification match in top 16, came through with the Jury, and it definitely did look nice.
Yeah, I think for me, when he switched from Ibuki to Jury, what I noticed that was the big difference was the space control. Because obviously Kikoken covers a portion of the screen or controls a portion of the screen, and then at the same time, when Shine picked Jury and charged his fireball and threw it out, it's like, right, Chun-Li was no longer throwing normals, walking a little bit backwards, so it allowed him to get a little bit of space, gain momentum, and then, you know, it just completely turned it around. And then I saw the unfamiliarity card come out there as well, but I don't know how often Rob played Shine's Jury that often, because it's a character we seldom see. I mean, even St. Cola said, no, it's just a kid at the wheel playing the character, because it's like we weren't expecting that. But nevertheless, it's great stuff there from Shine to make it.
Yeah,
to top
I was
8.
asking a few people, spoke to Pax about it because he was dabbling with Jury. He's like, what's the reasoning behind this pick as opposed to using Ibuki? And he said that, again, it's about the ground control, it's about the ground game, because Ibuki's approach is generally going to be air-based, especially in that matchup against Chun-Li, and it allows him to, and he literally just basically didn't jump anymore, and he played that entirely on the ground.
He's got a solid ground game as a player.
Yeah, and he made the most, and he made the most of the activation off the EX as well into the V trigger. Now, yes, she doesn't do a huge amount of damage, even in V trigger. She's not one of those kind of characters that's going to activate, and I'm going to have to guess once, otherwise I'm going to die. But if you have that solid ground game, you know exactly what you're doing, and you can push and make the most of the openings in which, you know, maybe your opponent doesn't know where to challenge, where to effectively V reversal. Know when you're stealing, squeeze the most out of it, and he did that and managed to make it past Rob TV. Rob TV, of course, is still in the tournament in losers bracket, but that is our first winner semi-final. It is going to be CJ Truth against Shine, two bright young talents. Let's look at the next matchup, and this is a real NLBC affair. We have the mayor of Duff City. I am so happy that Smug made it through in winner's side. A lot of people have been saying, you know, he's going to take it this time. What do you reckon?
I can see that, and you know what? I'm pretty confident to back that statement people are making as well. It's like, do you really say it's like a long time coming? Is it long overdue? Because I believe he made the top 16 last time, or just outside of the top 16 from NA East. He was close.
He made top 16, yeah. He did make top 16.
It was unfortunate, but then that's just bracket luck this time.
But it was in losers straight away. So
yeah, so, but you know what? I'm curious to see how our lovely mayor made it to the top 8. So let us go and check out how Smug made it to the top 8.
Power to the earth! Light it up. I have the power. Power to the earth! Light it up. I have the power. I'll rub it through power. And now, even stronger. I'll rub it through power. What can you do? Don't say no.
sits, poke it away.
Yeah. Has not even been able to build charge, by the way, before here he comes on trigger. Really? Okay, sick. I love the challenge in that instance.
Take his turn back, but the dash up command grab the illegal in the corner. He's got to hold this pressure right here. If Smuggles can keep it on. Activation, the disco. Assist me.
Ooh, the jab, the gutsy jab.
Rush. Go press the button.
Wow. Okay, I love the chase down at the end. No buttons possible. Chooses to press. Oh, did you see where he walked back off to? It's just outside of that crouching fierce. Genius.
Disco didn't even get the land. Smug with the upper.
Okay,
Whoa,
after is okay, nice. Slight walk, I love it.
the fadeaway. One more hit to do it. Activation.
Smug booking his place in winners semi-finals with what I have to say was a massively impressive performance against El Chacate.
Dude, that was a decimation. That was clean.
I was a little bit concerned because, yeah, I know Boxer's buffed. I know that he's got the V skill 2 now, which gives him an entirely different approach in those grappling matchups on the ground. But boy, the way that he was dealing with Mika's approach, he was so on point.
I'm a Mika player, but that was absolutely sensational. That's someone who knows the matchup. I think he's been extremely upset with how it's happened between him and Knuckledoo over the past couple of seasons, and him just encountering Mika's online. I didn't expect him to stick with Balrog, because I was like, out of Balrog and G, who do you really want? But I think the more comfortable playstyle the approach was with Balrog, and then he just handled that first game. I was like, oh, he's fine. The way I saw him play that first game, I was like, he's fine.
It was clean as a whistle. And we saw that he was not above picking G there. He definitely weren't on playing the mirror match against Child 233, pulled out that G and got the job done efficiently. He's here to do business. He is here to book that place. Shout out to Sabin as well, putting a good performance. You saw him there in the highlights, losing 2-1 to Smug, but a really, really good showing from Sabin as well.
Yeah.
Smug is going to be going up against the mythical returning Dan Slip. Who I was surprised to see him mentoring, because I haven't seen him in NLBC a lot. If you watch NLBC over the years, you'll definitely know Dan Slip.
Of course.
The master of the hooligan flip. But he was there and he was putting in work today. He qualified after beating Itachi's Legacy. Shout out to him, by the way. Itachi's Legacy repping Miami and DR, of course. Big up all my DR peoples. Made it through, but didn't make it into the top 8. Got past Rushdown and No Need to Talk as well. But let's have a look at some of these highlights, how he booked his spot in winner's bracket.
Looking for a great situation there, but now he does have V-Trigger activated. You know that. Itachi's Legacy knows that. Henson backing off, at least briefly. Hold on. Right back into the
whole
mix.
damn bar. There's for the medium. There's the shimmy, the bait, the bite, the buffet of damage spin.
Great spacing for it. Will he get the corner again? He does. Itachi's Legacy not looking for it, or else looking to get away in some way. He's still caught. Still caught. Still caught.
The fadeaway right there. Dan gonna take this with a back throw. Free real estate.
And ready. Look, that's totally fine for Itachi's Legacy. Just get the knockdown, get back to neutral, although now he's in trouble.
That was Eat Set with a clip. How's Legacy gonna
And of course the EXDP, you
until-
made the air, the opponent punished you, the classic, I don't want this, I don't want to see this, get me out of here, DP.
He loves having that momentum, he loves having that pressure, the empty hooligan!
I can't believe it.
You can't stop this man, no confirm, not the trigger from How's Legacy off the Fisco, but the heavy will do it again.
And there you have it. We see Dan Slip breezing his way into the top 8. And like Logan said before we saw the highlight reel, I was pretty surprised to see this guy enter because we haven't seen him been active in the tournament scene online this year. But I know he's a very strong, a very competent player.
Dude, he cruised through 2-0 against everybody.
Dude, what do you expect from Dan Slip and his Cammy? He's like, right, so to me, Dan Slip isn't like the top players, but he's that level right under them. Yeah. And it's like, okay,
a lot of the players kind of highlighted that coming into this tournament, there's like maybe the 5 or 6 names that you're very well aware of on a world-class level. But on any given day,
they will show up.
There's about 20 players that can beat any of these names in tournament and do. They have the talent, and Dan Slip's one of them.
Yes, and that's why I like that he's in the winner's side of this top 8, you know, showing off Cammy's strengths once again. And again, this is
in
not...
case we weren't aware of Cammy's strengths.
You know what I mean? It's like, this is a thing where you saw his bracket and it's like, right, it wasn't... he made it look smooth sailing, but it's like, he's familiar with this sort of thing. Right, I've got Cammy, I know the strengths and weaknesses, I can predict how the bracket's going to go. Right, cool. And he just literally powered through everyone and finds himself here.
That is your first round matches here in the winner's side. CJ Truth going up against Shine and Smug going up against Dan Slip. It's going to be a hype winner's side. We're going to be taking a look at the loser's side as well in a short while. We're going to take a short pause for the cause, a break to thank all of our sponsors. You can go and get yourself a refreshment, nice ice-cold beverage, and we'll see you back on the other side. Don't go anywhere. It is NA East 2, top 8 coming up at the top of the hour. Is round 2, myself and Jammers guiding you through the first round matches and making some predictions at the end as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back real short.
I'll take you downtown. Boom! That's how you start the fight and finish it quickly.
Let's have some fun.
Let me zap you. Here we go. Whiffing! That's that.
Terrific wing!
My unveiling. I will be exposed to the entire world. When the time of the prophecy comes, when all is revealed, then the people of the world will rejoice, already knowing who I am. Call me Lord and Emperor. God's will. Time to return to harmony. Terrific wing! My perfection does not require any training.
beyond the battle.
Get ready.
Destroy! Begin!
Let's go.
Disappear.
Kneel!
You do not have the strength to crush the spirit of the king.
All right. I really like to exercise, and training is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death, vile insect.
Pull out all the stuff.
Hadouken!
Right there, going nowhere.
Witness the power of the continent. This is the power of the king.
Paranoid device expansion completed. Pseudo personality asset is imported properly. Biological brain connected. Doll unit 0. Startup sequence to begin.
Well now, little piece of junk. Time to wake up.
Doll unit 0. Activated.
Well, Jordy, who is a piece of junk?
Show me everything. Show me everyone. Show me everything.
Installed.
Show me something worth taking. Your data is now useless. Witness the power of the content engine. This is the power of the king! Your data will reside in me for eternity.
All right, everyone, and welcome back to round 2. Myself, Jammers, and Logan Summer walking you guys through the top 8 for this NA East 2. We've had nothing but great matches so far. We've already gone through and we've seen that top 8 side of the winner side of the top 8 bracket. But now we gotta drop down a level, go over these losers matches. But Logan, we got some killers down here. We even got Capcom Cup champion down here as well.
Yeah, there's no gimmies. This top 8, you've earned your place.
You've
if you're in the
definitely
top 8, you've
earned
earned
your
your place. First name on the list we have is Brutus, which is really nice to see Canada representing, of course, for Ontario.
Yep.
Representing here. It's easy to overlook. You know, we're so hyper-focused on New York.
Yeah.
We've got 2 players here that are neither of them from those communities. And, of course, it's great to have Canada represented in.
Of course. I mean, like, we've said this before with various other regions in the CPT in 2020 so far. It's just those 1 or 2 regions that like Logan said, they're overlooked. They don't get much representation. So when they do have that 1 or 2 players in that top 8, it's great to see, and it's well deserved. And I mean, Brutus, he was looking extremely strong yesterday in the top 16 against, Adnan, Itachi's Legacy. Shouts to those guys as well. But this guy looks like he's going to have a lot of fun in the top 8.
Well, let's see how much fun he had yesterday in top 16 as he made his way to top 8, and we'll talk about that performance and his chances against his opponent Terren. But let's get into this highlight package from Brutus.
Muscle power, fully up!
There is a super on the other side. Oh my god.
The mix wasn't even much of a mix. It was just the conditioning.
Oh, he could definitely get a chip kill or not. It works out though. It works out. Getting some pressure for himself. All he really wants is that corner. Once he's there, he'll feel much more comfortable.
Cancel right to the V trigger. This is the overhead EX punch lands. Metro crash. One more hit to do it. There it is. The combo.
Again, the jab. Shoutouts to Brutus for guessing right on those many times. Here he is yet again.
Can't teleport in front of this man's face. Every single time it's been checked. And there, another Abigail punch for the finish.
He is just refusing to stay still as he wakes up. Here he is, though, hanging out. And unfortunately, Brutus gets it exactly then. Shoutouts to Brutus. Oh my god, the music's so good right now. He understood exactly that Adnan needed to play patiently. Come on!
Wow, Brutus, leave him alone. Let him play. Let him pick up the control of the trade and do it. You'll take that 8 days of the week.
I love Itachi's Legacy keeping his spacing right there. And here he comes. He could definitely do this. Okay.
Right after.
Oh, no!
The clip, the block, the punish.
The huge bet. Does not want to let activation happen. Uh-oh, it does. In where? Front.
Takes in front. On the other side, this time blocks. The EX comes through.
Inching in, looking for the SPD, and he got there before it could come out of my mouth. 25 seconds now for Itachi.
Kunai to play with, runs right into it.
No big deal.
It's a big point. Got a lot of health to play with. Another EX SPD. Another one. On your wake up, go back to sleep.
Brutus there with a dominating performance after suffering that loss to Knuckledoo in pools. Went on to beat Metro M. Really a very intelligent counter pick there against Adnan's Sim.
Yeah, I've got to respect
going for the Abigail. And then going back to Geef against Itachi's Legacy to close it out in a convincing performance as well. Just showing you how important it is to have a stable of characters. Of course, Brutus, we know, so associated with Geef.
Yeah.
But a smart man knows that you don't pick Geef on Dalsim, do you? You don't pick Geef on Dalsim.
I'm sorry, Danny. I'm really sorry. But I know Brutus saw that last week. He said, nope, if I see it,
no, sir. Nope.
I'm picking the Mad Gear Juggernaut. And that's exactly what he did. And I mean, like you said, it's imperative to have backup characters, tertiary characters. And Brutus, well deserved, like I said, to put himself in the top 8. He's going to have a ball of a time because nobody likes big bodies except him, I suppose.
Well, he's gone up against, as we said, we've got 2 players representing regions that are generally overlooked when you talk about the East Coast. You know, the way that the country split up, it's I wouldn't even consider Georgia the East, but Terrence is a player that I've had a lot of respect for.
Shouts to Terrence, man.
For a couple of years. Always innovating with Chun-Li. He's one of those Chun-Li players that I saw kind of like during the years in which she just wasn't a popular character. Obviously, massively popular in Season 1 because she was very overpowered, heavily nerfed in Season 2.
That was her worst year.
And, you know, I saw him really doing a lot of work with that V-Trigger 2 when she got that. and he just his conversions are fantastic. The way that he plays is super exciting, and he just gets on with it, man. Like I see that I see him at rankings and majors offline over the last couple of years.
Yeah,
and he's just a threat all the time. He had a great performance. I think it was at NCR last year. Just impressive. He'll just pop up in top 8s and just to showcase the quality of his play. And I'm really happy to see him here in this top 8. I feel like the only thing that Terrence is just waiting for is a breakout tournament. Because he's one of those players that when you think of him, you go, yeah, like he's actually on that elite level.
He ticks all
He's actually on that elite level,
but
he's just not at the forefront of people's thoughts. You know, because we have regional bias, we have bias towards these scenes and communities that are maybe looked at a bit more than others. But Terrence is out there putting in work, and I'm really happy to see him in top 8. Let's see how he made it here in top 8 with some highlights from his matches, and then we're going to talk about these two going head to head on the other side.
One more time.
Wow, that was right on the
tippy.
tippy.
Slide.
Super great range. Shout out to Terrence, that was perfectly placed.
You know, we've been talking a lot about Marviso, but
oh, here we go. What a confirm on this. It was a too early challenge out of Marviso, and that's probably the round. What a great ending there from Marviso. We tried it out too. I'm sorry. Okay.
But it's going to be Terrence with a confirm. It's a super.
And the big boy? Not big enough. I'm on board right now. Beautiful stuff.
The punish.
Overhead or low, and it's
do
overhead. 26 seconds down. Marviso does jump in. No! Oh my gosh, it was a chance right there. And another one.
Oh,
Super's on deck.
The super.
That's going to be it for Terrence. He makes the comeback. He's going to send Marviso out of this tournament. What a set by both players right there.
Oh, the buffer.
Yeah,
Crouching
okay.
meeting right to the CA.
Interesting, okay.
It's a follow-up.
Great pressure opportunity. Yes. Getting in the middle there. Super strong stuff, and that is stun. This is going to be tough. It's not quite death, but one more mix-up here for it.
The shoes off, break onto my house with the stomps, with the wake-up, matches, find the conversion that you need.
Oh no!
Oh.
The classic Lucia issue. I've seen that many times playing against her.
Life it fixed. Activation. Terrence gonna swing the momentum all the way back from that missed TP. Let's go. Lays on it. Okay. And in the EX.
Wow.
Good
Yeah,
block
you can
from
see Cade wants to be outside of that crouching medium range. Instead, it's regular legs. The activation comes. That's gonna do it. Terrence will take it after all.
Terrence there getting into top 8. Very happy to see that one. After a loss to Rob TV, picking Guile in that matchup.
Okay.
Which makes sense. Made it through past Profit, Marviso, and El Chakate, who are, again, all three players that on their day are more than capable of beating anyone in this tournament in a 2 out of 3 set. But he is here. He's going up against Brutus. It's going to be Chun-Li. It's most likely going to be Geef. I feel like Abigail Chun is more uphill than it needs to be. So yeah, he's probably super comfortable with Geef. Be very exciting to watch that one. Speaking of exciting though, the last match on the list.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
We wouldn't have, blamed you for assuming that this was going to be a winner's semi-final match, and it could easily have been. Just shows you, the quality that we're seeing in these CPT events. Rob TV, Knuckledoo, one must go home in the first round. Let's see how Rob TV made his way into this top 8, and then we'll talk about them on the other side.
And that Grey Light
And
too
it'll
as
come
well.
back though. What evasion. That was such practice and studied evasion right there by Rob to be beautiful. And Shine definitely is working on getting that second B trigger.
Oh, the wake up right to the super, but it actually lands. I thought it was gonna drop, but he doesn't drop it.
Cheeky.
CA to see the next round.
Oh, yeah.
Up.
No! The bait was thrown out into the water.
It looks like Rob TV's just going right back in. Maybe he's found something again. He does have a training partner that is just a kid, so maybe he's got some notes. He's like, wait a minute. Now I remember how to play this character, or play against this character. I've done the work. Gets a crush right here, gets a pick up on the B skill, and that's done already.
And it's certainly a much more buttonsy style so far already for Rob TV. Much more active. He was trying to play neutral a lot last game. Now he's in there, not letting go at all. Oh my god. And that's the worst thing to get by here. It's not
another read
setup. It's not dead.
A little too tricky with that one, but the V reversal though to keep alive. Okay. Air throw though. Okay. Oh, the fadeaway right there. Okay, we're still the same stuff.
Yes.
Hey man, commentator's got them short memories.
I do.
This is not a short combo. The damage. Activation from Space Boy still gets hit. Gets a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too antsy. There's a crush. And the follow-up, Rob TV from the back of the fist. EX spins it. We gotta be really careful with this approach. Gotta find that perfect jump in, right?
What a dash forward to block that fireball earlier. I love that from Rob. Even just those little things are so helpful at this moment. They both whip it!
Rob TV, one more hit to do it. Anti-air. Actually, two. The guts kicks in. Save Space Boy. Back throw.
And there it is! Rob TV again with the EX. It was just the EX in that final round. He made such a great adaptation.
Robert Television making his way into this fine top 8 today with a win against Space Boy. Terrence, of course, we mentioned that before, and a loss to Shine, a very close one. As you said, Shine pulled out that jury, caught him off guard, but he is here in top 8 and he is looking to put in some work. He's going up against, as you said, former Capcom Cup champ and the #1 seed in this tournament.
Yes, I can't forget that. I apologize for not mentioning that.
A player that we were not expecting to even see take part in this tournament, and I'm very happy that he is.
Yeah, you know what? It's great to see him playing, and hopefully he's doing well. Because you know, a tournament without Do feels a bit weird, a bit empty. But he's here, he's playing, and again putting in the clinical performance. You know, form is temporary, class is permanent. He's here in this top 8, but again, I need to see how our former Capcom Cup champion made it to the top 8. Let's go and find out how Knuckledoo made it here.
KO.
But unfortunate, but just goes for the Chicago punish right there with a back throw.
Every city calls that their punish, dude. Yeah, this is the kind of corner control we were talking about before. Almost done.
Yep. Bar up. Ooh! In great position, but it might be all gone. This is Scammy Cammy with the bar at the bottom. Things can happen. One more use of the V trigger, but it doesn't matter. The wake up command normal from Knuckledoo. He wants that distance.
V trigger and well, okay, just like that, Do has exactly what he wants. The big old walk. Hold on. And by the way, that actually mostly built a V meter. Never mind. I mean, now explosive. No! The Roundhouse Crush, nothing, and then you know he got a little bit antsy. Do shuts it down with the fears.
Anti-air, speaking of. Not enough though. B reversal to get out of the situation. Anti-air, the jab to check the throw. The throw game looking heavy right here. And I see the CA at the bottom. There it is. Dials it out.
Hold on. One mix
not
up,
enough
one
to
mix
do
up.
it.
Ah, yes.
Almost a stun.
maybe where the game ends. Oh no! Unfortunate.
Another sweep, the
whiff
double
right there.
sweep. Brave didn't even fall for the throw. The V reversal building up the gray light though. EX coming through the neutral. Another one. You gotta be careful throwing out those fireballs. I just said you gotta be careful throwing out those fireballs. Dude, moving on. And Mandrake's OUT out of there.
So there you have it. Knuckledoo cruising his way through to the loser side of the top 8. Well, only losing to CJ Truth on the stream, and then having a really close one against Mandrake as well, the former NA East 1 winner there as well. But nevertheless, these guys had some great matches today, like nothing shy of amazing.
Yeah, I think Mandrake made a good showing for himself. I have to big up Mandrake as well.
I thought he was actually going to win the whole thing. When I saw him, I was like, he might win the whole thing.
He went into losers real early on, though, by the way. He lost, I think, like second round or something like that.
I think so. Second or third round. I can't remember who it was against.
To TC, Sonic Box player, which is, former sponsors, so pretty cool. But Mandrake wasn't able to stop Knuckledoo from progressing to top 8. Of course, we mentioned the great match that we had on stream between CJ Truth and Do that kicked off the stream. If you missed that, you missed out. That was a sensational one.
Go and watch the archives.
And, of course, Do beating the likes of Brutus and something unique in pools to make it here. But yeah, Rob TV against Knuckledoo is going to be the fourth and final match in the first round here in top 8. And that rounds out the list of 8 players. Now all we have to do is kind of talk through how we think these matchups are going to go. We've got a few stats. I have to give my customary shout out to Glenn from the game 2K.
Shout out to Glenn.
For sending us some of the previous CPT top 8s. But there's so much more to these matchups, some of these matchups anyway, because these guys are playing each other week in, week out. We talk about what a strong scene they have here on the East Coast. How important events like, not just NLBC, there's so many other events that are out there regularly. I mean, I was even looking at highlights for stuff like Battle for Bruce Lee that Yorn puts on. Like, you know, there's so much stuff going on. Regular events in Florida.
It's easy to miss these as well.
There's so many. There's so much content to consume, and that really just shapes the head-to-head matchup. We can't just look at character matchups. We have to look at head-to-heads.
Storylines are important.
But our first match is CJ Truth and Shine, and I have to say that these two have never met before in a CPT top 8, which is fascinating to say, because Shine made 6 top 8s last year in CPT, including onlines.
Was one of them he made regionals last year?
Yes. He was in the regionals. He came third in the regionals. He did really, really well. He actually came third in the North America Online East last year as well.
Okay.
Third, obviously not good enough this time round.
No, take all.
Only first now, because all of the qualified players that could gatekeep are no longer in the top 8. So we know we are going to get the winner of this top 8 is going to go through. What do you have to say about this matchup? It's very interesting. We did see him pull for a jury, and I think Cammy does favourably against Ibuki. It's kind of even, but
yeah, I don't know. Me being like just having my strategical cap on, maybe he can try jury for the first game, but just to give it a go, test the waters, maybe go back to Ibuki. But I think on the safe side, he might just run with Ibuki. It's the most familiar, most experience he has.
We haven't got a huge amount of data on CJ Truth because he just hasn't been super active over the last couple of years.
He picked Nakali against Idom last time. I don't think he's going to whip her out. He's been doing fine with Cammy today, so I think he's just going to go Cammy all the way. But again, all eyes are on Shine. I think it's probably
if Shine for some reason does pick Jury, he would be the first person since El Tigre to use Jury in a top 8 since Fioretica last year.
Okay.
Very rare appearance for Jury. But we don't know. Be interesting. I'd imagine that we're going to see a very hard-fought Cammy versus Ibuki matchup. But it is 3 out of 5.
Yep.
And there is room to experiment. So both these players have characters there. I mean, he's got Lucia as well that he's been working on.
Chakotay brought her out. Almost won.
Almost.
Because of a hitbox issue, maybe. Maybe.
That end of that matchup was super sloppy, man. It was windy out here.
Very windy, but
let's get into the next one anyway. Smug versus Dan Slip. Now, you have to say that Smug is the favourite, just due to experience and class.
I'm just boiling it down. For me, I think Barrow can have a torrid time against Cammy in terms of the matchup on paper.
Yeah, I think both of his characters are difficult.
I wouldn't pick G in this one. I definitely would not pick G in this one.
That's not fun at all. But even Balrog has a hard time, as you said. It's difficult for him to anti-air. I'm not sure the new V-skill makes a huge amount of difference in this matchup either.
I think just like on statistically and just by player mentality, I think the odds are against Danslip here. Like you said, Smug's one of the favourites to win this NA East too. So I don't know, man. I'm looking at Smug for this one. He might just...
But as you said, the character matchup is definitely in Danslip's favour.
Yes.
We will see. We already saw Smug make short work of El Chakate and play exceptionally in a matchup that is not all that straightforward on paper. If there's a character that is out there that you're going to have experience against, it's going to be Cammy. She's all over the place.
Everywhere, baby.
And you'd have been playing against her for years and years and years, so you'll have had a long time to work on this matchup. I'm really looking forward to this, especially because Danslip returning and he's in winners. It's going to be hype.
Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, just dropping down to the losers, we're going to be having Brutus going up against Terrence. Another interesting one. Like me and Logan said earlier, just to reiterate, I think the safest pick here is Zangief. I wouldn't go with Abigail against Terrence's Chun-Li. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like he's going to be way more comfortable with Geef as well, and that's very important. Terrence has the experience in terms of CPT top 8s, appearing in 4 top 8s last season to Brutus's 1. It was actually East Coast Throwdown, and he lost immediately in top 8 and finished 7th.
That was unfortunate.
Terrence did make it to the regional championships finals, but again, he lost instantly as well. In that, he went 0-2. So it wasn't a great performance from him. He doesn't have a great record in top 8. It's 2-8. So both of these guys need to do something. Somebody's record's going to get bad, though, because it is an elimination match.
That's it. At the end of the day.
I'm going to be looking at Terrence to put some work in here, though.
Do you know what? I feel... Because of the stakes now, and it's winner takes all. It's solidity versus the biggest gambler on the planet, and it's like I've got to go with the gambler.
Yeah,
I think Brutus is just going to go nuts.
I respect that. I respect that. Now let's get back to our matchups, and the last one on the list, Rob TV and Knuckledoo. And amusingly, there's no top 8 data in the CPT between these two.
Yeah.
And I think that's mainly because of Rob TV's absence from a lot of top 8s. Rob TV's really come into his own over the last year and a half.
Oh, it's brilliant. Like I remember you interviewed him, like his philosophy, him talking about the top 10 players, just his mindset and his approach. And it's a very unique approach, and it's like, I didn't think about that. I have to be
honest, when I looked at Rob TV last year, I just looked at a Karen player.
Yeah. Okay.
I looked at a Karen player. Because any Karen player that's competent is dangerous. Yes. I remember him playing against Problem X and taking him to the wire.
We all remember that.
You just look at the damage that she puts out, and it's crazy. I look at him this year, and he looks a lot more complete. He's using a roster of characters as well. He's always played a roster of characters.
Yes.
Again, the interview that we put together with him last time spoke about how he was approaching the game, and Karen's strongest. Now he's picking tools for the job. We saw him select that Guile. We saw him using Chun, doing the work. Is he good enough, though, to get past Knuckledoo? These two, of course, have played each other infinite amount of times. Used to live with each other.
Yes, they did.
Training partners.
The only thing I see about this is if Rob, they're not going to play the Guile Mirror. I just think they're not going to play the Guile Mirror. Rob might pick Karen, but I wouldn't be surprised if he tried V-Skill 2. I mentioned it because that thing can clash the fireball.
Knuckledoo is not playing mirrors, by the way. I just want to throw that in. He ain't on playing mirrors.
That's fine. But it's like, Karen's V-Skill 2. It's good against Guile's fireballs, Obviously, when you charge it fully, you plus. It's a crush counter move. But then again, that's only hypothetically speaking. How do we know Knuckledoo's not going to pick?
It's very difficult training for Do because
I wouldn't be ready for that guy.
He doesn't even have like a stable character versus character pick. He'll pick the character based on who he thinks is going to do best against you.
Yeah. Specifically, you people at home.
You at home watching me right now, eating your cereal.
We saw it happen with Smug every time. He said, I'm just going to pick Mika against you. It's just because I know you don't like the character.
Exactly. So that's the big question. Who's going to be picking? I think Rob TV will probably have a good idea going into that, but that's the mind game. Again, that's the exciting thing. When you have training partners playing against each other, there's just layers on layers on layers.
Brilliant.
I am super looking forward to this top 8. It's going to be starting at the top of the hour. You're going to be looking forward to it. We are definitely going to get a winner that is going to Capcom Cup.
Boy.
And I have one more question to ask you, Jammers. Who is it going to be? Who's going to Capcom Cup to join Mandrake and Idom representing this part of the world?
Damn it, Logan. I'm going to pick Smug.
Smug!
I'm going to pick Smug.
I respect it.
The mayor.
I respect it. I want to say CJ Truth.
But
I think Doo's going to run it through losers.
Oh.
We'll find out now. It's time. The top 8 is a monster. Taking a short break and then we'll be back on the other side. St. Cola and Ultra David will be guiding you through this top 8. Don't go anywhere. Oh, it's going to be a hot one.
Hey, welcome back to the Capcom Pro Tour Online North America East number 2. This is the top 8 that we have today. My name is Ultra David, and with me, St. Cola.
How's it going, people? And how's it going, Ultra David? And how are you actually feeling about these brackets coming off on the screen? We have in the winner's side, CJ Truth versus Endemic Shine. And then after that, Rise of Smug versus Dan Slip. But who's in the loser's bracket there?
Yeah, if you look down there, you're going to see a couple of maybe surprises, really. That's Knuckledoo versus Rob TV. We'll talk a little bit more about that later as far as why that may be a surprise. Terrence and Brutus are on the other side of losers down there. So we have quite a few different characters on deck for you all. Of course, this is all NA East, but within that, we have everything from Florida to Ontario, Canada. So we have a huge geographic range, which is always awesome to see as well. Lots of different play styles involved here. Lots of players who have been up in this kind of situation in the past, including right at the very apex of Street Fighter V, and others who are still on the come up. So there's a lot of cool things to see here today, a lot of cool storylines that we're going to get through.
And one of those cool storylines is that CJ Truth is the only returning one from NA East top 8, right? He's the only returnee. The rest are brand new faces in terms of top 8 placements here at the NA East. So like, this is their last shot, right? We said this before, we're gonna say it again. NA East 2 is the last one, people. So all the top 8 are gonna be fighting at their hardest to get this last spot qualification for Capcom Cup next year.
Yeah, that's right. So DR Mandrake has already qualified for NA East. That was in NA East number 1. He actually made it into the top 16, didn't end up making it this far. Was trying to play spoiler, of course. But yeah, it'll be somebody new. It'll be somebody new. We have also, of course, know that IDOM will be at Capcom Cup, having won the thing last year. So at least a couple out of the North American East region will be represented. At least a few, I should say, will be represented, which will be great to see. We are going to start off with the matchup that you were just briefly talking about, which will be CJ Truth and Shine. So CJ got here in part by beating Knuckledoo to qualify for top 8. And in doing so, I think we saw a lot about why he's so strong. His amazing patience, his understanding of when to look for things to react to, and his fantastic reactions to boot. He really does a great job at shutting down what a lot of people want to do. You think of Cammy as being a pressure character, maybe. He certainly has that, but I think what really sets him apart is his excellent ability to control the tempo with that character and to react with that character.
Absolutely. And we're going to be seeing those reactions and how they're going to come up against Shine. People, this is CPT NA East 2. Let's get it.
All right, well, we just spent a little bit of time talking about CJ. As far as Shine on the left side here, you have a very strong player who qualified, yes, in part with Ibuki, but also the character that actually made it through was Jury, which is kind of cool to see back here with Ibuki to start out top 8.
That's right. I mean, he said his Ibuki was nice, and it was no slouch to get him. You know, he took down Rob TV. So you know what? We can't tell him different. But right now, as you said before, we are seeing the Ibuki pick, and I feel like if you're in top 8, the winner side, you're gonna be using your most practiced character.
Sounds right to me. Okay, comes in here with great timing on the Crouching Pierce. Already a ton of damage, already a ton of stun. Okay, stealing a turn here is Shine into mix-up.
Good block though for CJ. I didn't block it. You at home didn't block it.
I didn't block it. I was crouch blocking. I don't know. I might have been blocking the other way. Who even knows? But there he was ready.
Absolutely. It's the activation and the back throw. I like that. Use that position with a wake up DP again. No cook on that. No EX. Just DP tartar, baby.
Wow. Okay. Some gutsy things on both sides of the equation so far.
When you're in a first to 3 position, like, you have time to kind of play around a little bit. Obviously, you got to be super careful about what you do as the set goes on, but those are things you can put in the mind of the opponent, like, oh, I'm going to be doing this, and you have to watch out for that, right?
Mm-hmm. Shine doing a great job of pushing the opponent into the corner. Here's a little challenge out of CJ. Does not want to be stuck there.
Looking for the activation point.
I think that was supposed to have been dive kick. Out of there, at least. Had to spend the V reversal to do it, but to get the corner, of course.
Wow, what a DP to catch the Mario jump. I love that awareness. Again, you know, this CJ Truth is super strong on his anti-airs. His DPs are pretty much pristine.
Yeah, that's a Fei Long player for you right there, and somebody who has great reactions. Just saw a crouching medium kick out of Shine. It was no confirm, unfortunately, for him, but he's back in the party. Wow,
oh, the overhead!
Oh my god. And he had nothing to release. But Shine comes back in and takes game number 1.
Okay. Shine, just taking those moments that, you know, and really optimizing them, right? He finds he threads the needle. He finds these moments and he makes them happen. And I love that about Shine. But I'm seeing the signs of life through CJ Truth, the DPs and things like that. So I can't say this is going to be one of those sets where it's going to be a blowout, right? Those are close games already, and we're going right back into it. Shine versus CJ Truth.
Like you said, it's a 3 out of 5 set. Trying to get into winners finals.
B-skill coming through, using that rear back to avoid. And staying at that perfect distance, too, to challenge that medium kick.
I love this little spacing that Shine is managing to keep. It's just outside of that easy dive kick range. It's inside his own V-skill. Wow, baited. Not to really much effect, but it's cool. Maybe makes his opponent think twice about it next time.
The dive kick, yep, challenge. The walk-up throw. V-skill looking for that activation. Both of them actually have trigger. Locked and loaded on the deck.
Ooh, nothing there on the first medium. Okay. Didn't have bar. Well, you know what? It ends up working out for Shine here. And yes, the round. So look, he continues to be really strong. I like a lot of what we're seeing out of him. He's playing at a great spot, like I said, that it's at a spot where finding the dive kick is not as easy for CJ. I really like what Shine's playing around with his spacing. It's cool.
Just as you said that, he's able to move on through, get the target combo, throw, EX, and he doesn't go in too far. I love that he's not overextending, but now, here's a scammy cami into the corner with the chiropractor throw.
Just trying to maintain this corner control, and that beast, even from the corner, managed to find the right spot on things. Well, okay, a little funky right there already. Both bars of that V-trigger are gone.
V-skill coming through again. And again, Shine just outside the distance. Max range EXDP. And he's got bar to work with. He's looking for that point to activate, to get that health down. And this, you know, with Ibuki, you got to put a little bit more mix on it, but she's still super strong when it pops. When you find that confirm, you got to find the confirm. That's what he's looking for. That one hit to do it.
And he's waiting for it too. He's not forcing. Okay, now he does finally force the issue after waiting for a good 5 seconds. Finally gets the opener and then nothing.
The dive kick lands raw.
CJ. Did he back off knowing exactly what was coming? And did he get over the V-skill like that? Come on. That's it, back in the mix here.
Another trigger coming through.
Yep, it's minus nowadays. And he had no EX bar there for EXDP to challenge. So smart play by CJ.
Yeah, CJ trying to, you know, encroach on that space a little bit more, trying to get on in there and understand when Shine wants to activate too. Like, being a little bit more with the resources, I think it's super smart. So we can keep pace up with Shine. V-skill coming through again, just building up that bar. Closer and closer, and then Shine just harassing with that crouching kick that, you know, on hit doesn't do much. On counter hit does, you know, does a lot more. Not comparison, obviously, to Cammy, but, you know, a tempo of that gameplay. And I like CJ trying to neutral jump, but just outside the distance, down to crouching, medium kick, no. Confirmed.
Surprised he didn't just link out of that. That was actually the first button he had pressed in so long. He is playing super patiently. He's neutral jumped a few times, but that crouching medium kick was honestly the first button he pressed in 10 seconds, and it was surgical. It did hit. Here comes, of course, the crap. Well, maybe I started talking it up too soon. Right back in here, Shine.
CJ trying to get out of the corner. Back throw. I love the positioning. Changing places. Trading spaces. And now, all this distance to walk back with time winding down. Both will actually look a little bit even. I think CJ has a little bit more health.
I think you're right. Yeah, with 30 seconds left, though, there's plenty of time. He just gets a little bit of chip, a little bit of gray, and then gets through. This is huge with this amount of life lead. He played so patiently at the end right there that CJ just walking back just in case.
I love that. He saw the fear in his eyes, and he went with it. And that's kind of a risk in and of itself, right? Because you already have the lead. But at the same time, Ibuki's a character that can kind of chase you down with some of her moves, the EX Kunai and things like that. And obviously, if she has V-trigger and things like that to kind of hold you down and get that chip away too. So he was like, you know, I'm going to take the chance, and it worked out for him. And now we are all evened out 1-1.
Round 1.
Tight sets here.
Neutral game battle going on between these two. They're both willing to be quite patient here. Shine finding the counter hit into a bit of pressure for himself, but that's not a ton. Same thing for Cammy here. She kind of threatens with corner control at least, though, and that's where CJ is.
Going back to the old, you know, dive kick and the medium kick right there too as well. The pokes. Oh, there's the V-skill though. Rear and back. Able to avoid that.
Shine again, just putting in so many frames there where he's blocking. He's really not taking big risks, even in pressure, and they're both playing that way.
Taking the dive kick though, being trigger flavored, going in with the meaty stuff, no vegan. Counter hit,
Nice.
Shine.
It was actually kind of funky timed as the meaty missed, but the rest of it worked out.
Yeah, it looks like Shine kind of stood there for a little bit, but you know what? Gotta make those, we'll make the return happen in the next round. Brush it off.
Just picked exactly that moment to move backwards, but here now is Shine picking the right moment to move forwards, trying to again force the opponent into the corner.
The EX kunai helping out so much too in that approach.
That's what it does. That's the job of that move, and it's one of the best in the game at making
Even
your
nerfed.
way in, even now.
Yeah, I mean, even nerfed, it's still
Yeah,
super
exactly,
strong.
yeah. They've nerfed that thing a couple of times over the years, and still very strong.
Still getting a move. Crouching meaty kick doesn't convert anything. Gotta be a counter hit to really
Oh,
do it.
wow. Okay, nothing this time. CJ didn't want to take the risk. That's how it happened before. He's fully loaded, by the way. He comes in. He would love to here get rid of that V-bar. I don't think it's happening. Instead, EX.
Counter hit, D-trigger activation. The Ninja Star, the Naruto. Other side to block, CJ.
Yet again, and here is CJ, and Super's what it's going to be because dash in. He'll have one mix-up to take the game. What'll it be?
Look for your
The
pockets.
patience, and Shine knew it.
Shine still low on health. He still has a little bit more resources to play with, but he doesn't have any kunai.
He has,
He
yeah,
can't
you're right.
stock up for free.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy get in at this point. Going to be tough to find the moment to restock, as you said, especially somebody like CJ with those reactions. You know he can just drill in there ASAP. 17. Challenge! Oh, that was so sick. Gets -2, and that means that it's the opponent's turn. And I love that there was just the cool, collected walk-up grab there for CJ as the solution.
Right. He knew what he had to do, executed it, and now he is one away from putting Shine into the losers as our first match of top 8. And the adjustments that he has, just, you know, dealing with Shine, his resources, things like that, knowing when he can go in, knowing when to not overextend, and knowing when to take those turns and take them well. It's great play. We're gonna have to see if, you know, Shine has any more tricks up his sleeve. You know, this is a Buki, even nerfed this season, still very strong.
Fight.
-4 nowadays, actually.
But anti-air using the back medium. It's a DP right after the dash up. Shine with a little bit more pressure this time instead of, you know, outside the distance of that medium kick, just kind of going in a little bit more.
Yep, finding a little bit of a counter hit combo for himself. Oh, I love that over it. That was so smart, so smooth right there by CJ to get over. And right back into this more comfortable neutral game for himself. He's got that trigger ready to go.
Again, right now, switching back up to that pacing where you're outside that medium kick distance, using the V skill preemptively, and building up that bar.
Here it is. Trying to knock on the door a couple of times. Shine, keeping it closed. And right back into the mix. Gave the opponent just a little bit of frames there to get in. Wow, what a trade combo. That was super sick on Shine's part. He's back in here with that V-trigger looking for the confirm.
Oh, but the only confirm is coming from CJ Truth as he catches him coming on in. Door in the face for the super, the finish. CJ Truth on match point, looking to send Shine down to losers.
Round 2.
So Shine with that first game, and it's really just been CJ taking games since then. I don't feel like it's felt as if it's a blow-up. And yet you look at the score, and it's almost 3 in a row. Again, that reaction! Are you serious? He gets right over it.
Gosh. He saw the feet get off the ground. He said, sit back down, CJ Truth. So very dominant. That B skill, you know, staying outside the distance isn't working out. There's a neutral jump. Dealing with that B skill. Finally working out for CJ Truth.
His
DP
reactions
crosscut.
are on point right now. Okay, anti-air comes through.
It's right
Nice
after.
damage for himself into the pressure in the corner. CJ, dangerous man, though. Wow, okay, so actually with the command dash, stealing a little bit of a turn right there with Shine. And for CJ not to react to that quite in time means that he just wasn't looking for that thing at all.
Yeah, that's something that's coming out later on in this game right here. Again, first to 3 gives you more opportunities to pull out more of those tricks. What an anti using the crouching medium kick. Able to check out the dive kick, but still, this could be anybody's game right now. Remember that CJ Truth is still on match point, but Shine looking to make a comeback.
So much great life. Okay, now it's gone. Yeah, CJ.
Shine.
It's caught in the corner for 20 seconds in this round so far.
Dominating right now.
Still
There
with
it is.
that perfect yes. Shine, what a battle back. It did seem like it was all momentum for CJ. He almost took 3 games in a row, and yet Shine battling extremely well, coming back 2-2.
I feel like Shine's understanding when not to get scammed by the scammy Cammy. He knows to put his wallet in his front pocket instead of the back pocket, right? He understands to stay away from situations that could turn the tide for CJ Truth. Now we are 2-2. Final game.
Strong pressure in that corner from Shine, and it wasn't anything that was, overly oppressive. It was just him looking to be at the right spots on screen, pressing the right buttons at the right time. Much easier said than done.
EX Kunai coming through, able to land, gets the right after another throw.
Look at this! Look at that range! It was so perfect! And the back throw, it was for pixels on the health bar. It's a match point, Shine.
Round 2.
Shine making a comeback right now. Return to the mag.
That was a little too high right there. I love the idea, and we did see it work from CJ earlier on, but right there, just not at the right spot.
Some spike delays, and I wonder if he's trying to bait out a DP, but this one comes through from CJ Truth.
There he
the
is.
pressure, the crouching media kick,
No.
but no confirm. What a drop. You don't really see that from CJ Truth too much.
He's done it a couple times this set. Yeah, very strange. Dan slips in. And here now is CJ looking exactly like we were saying before. This time he does get it. EX, it's not enough.
Oh, but the jab. Final game, final round of the first set of CPT in East 2. People, you couldn't write any better right now.
Get into winners finals. The movement right there by Cammy. And this ability by CJ to kind of shut down the air kunai approach, I think, is so impressive. Tries it okay, yes, and it was correct. That has been a problem for Shine a couple of times. That said, he's got the corner. Here he is.
Throw. Continuous pressure right here. Shine would love to close this
Is
out.
that
The cross
stun?
up.
He's gonna need a little bit more work, but one more mix-up here is gonna be enough.
Reset on the other side. The right after. Shine takes it 3-2 over CJ Truth. Sends him to losers.
Wow, how about that? Yeah, it really did seem like one moment was all in favor of CJ. Again, it didn't feel like each individual round was a blow-up, but there were nevertheless like 2.5 games that CJ took in a row. And Shine began to find better moments. I'd have to go back and look, I think, at what exactly was the change, but it felt like at one point he was finally finding those EX kunai ranges where CJ wasn't quite reacting. His pressure in both the right corner and then the left corner to end things was very strong, harassing with +2 medium kick. That sort of stuff was just super good. Releasing the kunai from the jump at exactly the right spot so that he could guarantee himself pressure even if it's not EX. That sort of stuff I felt in the corners was really, really big for him.
So we're moving on to the winner's side, people. Man, Shine looking really good. You guys got to see the jury yesterday, but that was just an appetizer. But we've got more full course meal games coming your way. Yo, Smug, Rise's own Smuggles, going up against Dan Slippington. And this is going to be difficult for Smug, right? Because, Dan Slip has got the character that takes care of both of Smug's characters, right? The G and the Rog against the Cammy. It's going to be looking terrible. But at the same time, what's on paper doesn't always tell you what's in the match. We've seen him deal with a bad matchup before. We've seen him deal with the Mika from El Chicote and dealt with it in quick succession, to be honest. So, he's got a game plan prepared.
Yeah, I'm sure he does, and they've played against each other many times. I haven't seen Dan Slip play as much NLBC online, and so I'm not sure that they have been playing lately, but maybe online for all I know, and certainly in the past, they definitely have played quite a bit up there. So characters aside, I do feel that Smug has an advantage in this situation. I'm curious, like you are, to see which character Smug goes with, but Dan Slip has such a unique style, and I feel that when people go up against that style for the first time or the second time, they can get run over. It's just something that you're not accustomed to from a Cammy. But if you have played against him lots of times, it seems, at least from an outsider's perspective, that people know a little bit more about how to shut him down. They sort of figure out the tools that you tend not to see that he does manage to use well. And I'm not sure that Dan Slip has more than that. I would love to see if there's something additional that he can bring in. He starts at such a funky level, right? Many other camis are sort of basic, just like we saw CJ Truth, right? Fundamentally sound, not really doing too much in the way of hooligan, V-skill, though we did see one of each of both of those. But in general, Danslip starts at this extra level where he's already doing the hooligans, he's already doing the V-skills.
He's already level 10. Yeah.
Exactly right. Yeah. We'll see.
So
we'll see. Again, this is 3 out of 5 to get into winners finals play against Shine. Good work, NLBC, I guess.
LBC, pumping out the strong competitors year after year. You see people, competing there to really get that practice, and obviously IDOM and such, all from the area. No surprise that, you would see Shine, and actually, to be honest, Danslip in this top 8.
Yeah, it's not like it's the first time Danslip has done well in a tournament. This man's been a threat for quite some time. So, V-Skill 2, V-Trigger 2 here for Boxer. I love this combination. I think it's so cool that Boxer is one of the few characters who has a credible choice on both of those. And this, for me, is a super fun combination.
The plus range that you get from the V-Skill 2. But you gotta be careful about throwing that out, right? Especially when the Candy player has meter, they can get in. And right now, Danslip is in with the backdash to avoid the throw. I love that. There's a trade combo right there. It wasn't even a combo, just swinging right there. And now able to activate into the trigger.
Oh, he didn't. Okay. Charging it back up again. Danslip not quite there in the range where he could have reacted. And Danslip now playing this slowly. Very interesting. Knocks on it. No, the error. He wanted that kick for sure.
That's unfortunate.
And Smug now back to this style. I love the Boxer style where you're slow and patient, but that said, he's getting kicked in the face. And the opening? Not
didn't confirm. A little bit of a drop possibly there. Not sure why, but Smug needs to work his way out of the corner. 20 seconds on the clock, winding down the interruption on the EX. EX coming through the skies, and the crush, the follow-up.
It's not enough. Danslip could definitely sneak in there. He's not gonna, though. Round 1 goes to Smug. What a hard-fought battle that round was.
Round 2.
You saw Smug just try to stay as defensive as possible and not, get too pieced up by the dive kicks or the crouching meter kicks. A few drops from Danslip, obviously, so we're going to have to see if he shores that up. And those V-skills are flying for free, and I feel like if you're Danslip, you need to be a little bit closer to smell that breath and stop those V-skill 2 charges.
I think you're right. Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see some of the ranges that we're seeing Danslip play. He's definitely holding close here, but that's the error with that. And man, shout out to V-skill 2 for snowballing like it does. That's it. Here's Dan. Slipping in. Not quite there on the red.
The counter hit combos, a little bit of a push, yeah.
Oh, Danslip
doesn't take his turn.
Yeah.
You gotta read the fat data.
Mm-hmm.
EX keeps the frames on. Have Smug just backing away, not wanting to get crouching meter kicked or anything like that. As I see the CA at the bottom, I see a lot of bar that can be worked with right here.
Oh,
one bar to get in, and here we go.
1. All he needs is 2. Then he got it. That's all he needed in that.
But you see how Danslip has to work his way in, right? He's still kind of afraid of the damage and the output that Smug has, but now he's going a little bit more, but unfortunate drop right here. Smug will definitely capitalize on that. Using the Dempsey roll right there, the D-skill 2, the anime stuff, the pickup off the EX straight, does it again. I love how he just chooses to go instead of the Oki, the dash up or anything like that, he just goes for the D-skill.
Great neutral jump. Danslip finds big damage for himself. He finds good pressure. The grab, the classic. Hard, would have been hard to do, but man, that would have been nice to see.
What an anti-air.
Oh, nothing.
Danslip, didn't you see that he had the meter? Didn't you see that you could have just challenged either way? It didn't matter. P-skill coming through with a great life, but it doesn't matter as long as he's going in. -2, good challenge by Danslip. But he needs a lot more.
He really needs one entrance into just a couple mix-ups. What? Wow.
$3
Super
shape
sick
up.
read. I mean, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, where I know that these guys have played a lot. And while that was a very close game, very, very close game, a couple of those instances there, we saw some things out of Smug that I think you typically wouldn't see. That was just a read that the opponent would grab, right? I mean, so that's the thing right there. If it had been anything else, if it had just been like a true meaty, probably Danslip takes that game instead. So that was a real interesting choice on Smug's side. But as I was saying earlier, his defense is actually what's always impressed me about his play. In this game, in SF4, whatever it is, I just always feel like he has fantastic defensive choices with characters that you tend to think of more as offense and mid-range.
I mean, that's what ROG is about, right? Putting the rush down in, but if you have that defensive play, I feel like just having that defensive mindset helps you out in the matches where you may be lacking in general, where your character does lag. And it's helping him out right here. but for how long? Let's see if Danslip can make some adjustments and come back and get those confirms on the deck. And here's one. Growl arrow to the corner, but here again, the defense, backdash right here, and now he's able to find his way out, thread the needle, EX, able to V-skill and have enough time to backdash, and now activate.
Nice! And it was a little delay at first on the jump as well. Shout outs to Danslip, perfectly placed by him.
Smug backing off.
Already there.
Sunbill down.
Yeah, okay, again. So we saw Smug try to jump out once, immediately knocked down. Danslip immediately back under pressure, and Smug still trying to get out of that situation. So we're seeing a little bit of, I don't know, maybe just wrong reads in defense here, but I'm more accustomed to seeing him be patient. Here he is.
But here's the aggression right here. Raw straight.
Yo, okay.
Yo, the Dempsey roll, here we go. Put her in that
got
bus.
murdered, yeah, definitely. Definitely.
One-way ticket. If Smug has it his way. Looking super strong. Raw straight again, right off the neutral.
And back to this game here, where he could bust in at any moment, you know it. Especially now with V-skill locked. And he has so frozen Danslip, who was looking for those dash punches so strongly that the dash throw came in instead.
I love how he's doing with the dive kicks too, just right to the distance. But here we go, the hooligan gets interrupted. He was aware. It hasn't came out until now.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I would think that Smug would be ready for the hooligans, for the Danslip kind of play. And he's really forcing a more traditional style, and that is not what Danslip has wanted so far. Smug takes the second game as well.
Smug forcing his fist into Danslip's face here to put it too. Like he's rocking right now. And to see him work in a matchup where, you know, statistically, you know, Cammy does very well in is great, but that just shows you the potential and the power that is Smug's, right? That he's been working his way with this character, you know, years and years of practice and knowing how to deal with not only the character, but the player as well. As you said before, they've been playing for years and years. They got the data, the download, but it's Smug that's got that 4K, or he's got the fiber.
Here comes Danslip, maybe now trying to play at that closer range we were talking about before, but there's already a V-skill activated. What range on the roundhouse. Moving slowly backwards, ready for the anti-air with Smug, and guess what? Now, just like that, Danslip is the one who's in the corner. Smug backs off.
Walk-up crush?
Interesting timings here for Smug. Sometimes he's so slow and patient and he's backed off, and sometimes he's just in your face instantly. Just
Nap
like this,
time.
and it's a perfect again, and it's match point for Smug.
Man, it's that rhythm that you can't place. At first it's rap, then it's rock. It's like, what am I dancing to right now? Danslip's got to get the rhythm right now if he wants to stay in it.
Oh, wow. Sick whiff punish.
Just you said the timings over and over again. He's understanding when Danslip wants to press. It's making him a little pensive. EX.
Even that V-skill in the corner, kind of stolen turn. That could have been dive, or it could have been drill, I should say.
I feel like Danslip is just not prepared to use that V-skill, and it's putting on the damage for plus frames and allowing Smug to run his game plan as he runs him into the corner.
And we have not seen a lot of, I think, sort of marginal frame data knowledge out of Danslip. We'll talk about that in a sec. Here he comes.
The choice of V-reversal. You already have the lead.
Uh-oh. Into it. He wanted the corner. It didn't quite work out. Knocking, and then Smug just backs off. Here he comes.
The activation. Yo, ref. Where's the ref?
Wow.
EX to do it. Smug takes down Danslip and puts him in the losers.
I mean, that was extremely well played by Smug. I loved his, again, ability to switch between that sort of defensive play, patience, hanging out, half screen away, to all of a sudden dashes in, whether with dash punch or with actual dash, into grab or whatever it was, right? Whiff punishing sometimes. That side of his game, well, that's really most sides of your game, I guess. That was super strong for Smug. I do think that there were these instances where it seemed like Danslip wasn't quite as prepared in a way that I expected him to be. He didn't punish crouching medium kick, for example. On crouching medium activate, he didn't take his turn. He didn't take his turn after EX low rush. Like, there were these opportunities, I think, for him to have mounted offense a little bit more, to have punished a little bit more, and he didn't take them.
Well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, but don't go anywhere. We've got some more great Street Fighter V action coming your way.
In order to gain the upper hand in a match,
one must understand how the neutral works in their respective fighting game. But what is neutral? Short for neutral game, neutral is the situation where both players are neither attacking or defending, so no player has the advantage over the other. In neutral, the objective is simple. Try to get your character in a position to apply pressure or try to achieve their most beneficial situation as soon as possible. You need to take advantage of things like your character's normal attacks, walk speed and dashes, and certain special attacks to help you gain control while simultaneously ensuring that the opponent doesn't try to use their tools against you. Be warned though, in Street Fighter V there are a number of moves that can bypass the neutral game. Moves that can travel a fair distance that are pretty fast, or moves that preoccupy a very important space to distract the opponent and limit their options. Neutral is different in every fighting game. Some games have incredibly fast neutral, whilst other games have a relatively slow neutral. Your spacing and situational awareness will play a key part in playing the neutral game. As the game's meta grows and develops, so should your understanding of the neutral. In high-level Street Fighter, whiff punishing is something you see quite often and is something you learn to have a deeper appreciation for the more you watch the competitive side of the game. But before I elaborate on what whiff punishing is, allow me to explain what whiffing actually means in fighting games. A whiff is basically a move that completely misses the opponent, sometimes with the intention to bait the opponent. This information is standard. Now if your move completely whiffs and your opponent clips that move with their own attack, then this is classed as a whiff punish.
A wave is coming.
You mainly see this happen with grounded normal attacks, but whiff punishing doesn't only apply to normal attacks. You can whiff punish quite a few special attacks as well. Whiff punishing requires great situational awareness, things like spacing, good reactions, and anticipation. These are some of the things involved when whiff punishing. A lot of moves can be whiff punished. Some are harder to punish than others, but moves that have a long recovery period are generally easier to whiff punish, but they still take a bit of practice. You need to have a very deep understanding of your character's toolset, whether it be normal attacks or special attacks, and to find out what attacks you should be looking to whiff punish with, so that you can maximize the damage from the whiff punish, as well as create a situation which is conducive to the character. Whiff punishing isn't something which is learnt overnight. It will take a while to see some results, so head into the training room and get practicing.
Welcome back to twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters. My name is St. Cole, and I am joined with Ultra David. And now, people, we got the Heartbreakers coming for you. We're in the loser side of the bracket, and unfortunately, what is coming up next is Knuckledoo versus Rob TV. Crescent's Rob TV.
Who used to live with each other, in fact, and so they must have played each other a billion times, which is always cool to see. I love watching matches between two players who have a huge amount of experience against each other, especially recently, especially two very strong players like these two, because they end up getting into kind of funky decision making that you tend not to see. So I'm looking for some of that here between these two. And part of what I'm wondering about when it comes to that is, which characters are we going to see? Both of these players have credibly 3 or 4 different characters that they could use against each other. I don't know which one they played when they were living together. I feel like there's probably some matchup that they like sort of figured out was like the one that was the most likely to go to. I don't know what it is, but I'm very curious to see what it is.
I mean, even more curious here, like if you look at the top 8 just in general, right? The only way we're gonna get another Guile is if one of these two make it through, right? Otherwise, we're gonna be seeing a brand new character on the deck, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of, you know, who's gonna be qualifying and who's gonna be up on the deck, at least so far. And even then, even if either of the two qualify, they've got a myriad of characters to choose from. So you might be seeing more than just, you know, the Guile. You'll be seeing the Mika, the Karen, just depending on who makes it. But man, we're not there yet. What we're here is between the two, the battle that, you know, people have been kind of wanting to see, but also dreading at the same time. Myself included, man. I love both these players. I know people at home love both these players, but there could only be one today, and that includes them.
And they're here because Rob TV lost to Shine. That was a 2-1. And Knuckledoo lost to CJ Truth. That was also 2-1. All right, what do we got? What do we got? What's the character lineup here? It's coming up on our screens. Karen versus G. I mean, that makes as much sense as any other combination of what could happen here.
Yeah.
2 strong characters for sure. They're both very good with each of these characters. And we've seen them, although not on stream, they both played these characters in the run-up to getting to this position.
And you know, the good thing is, again, a burst of 3 means you get to switch your characters quite a bit. You have some time to play around with, but you don't want to take too much time because it might take you a little bit to get the gear, and my man went right into the light.
Oh man, all right. Just like that, already Knuckledoo is exactly where he wants to be. Almost on stun, and he called it. He absolutely knew what was up. Levels it up briefly, and that'll be that. Shout outs to do for that instant read in a couple of those situations. Command grab in a very sudden situation. Block right there. Again, these players have played each other a million times.
You said that. Another one! 12 long frames! Like the backdash. Great defensive options from do as well to, you know, get a situation where Terren might want to start her stuff. B-skill pump up.
Getting pushed into the corner, even more. Aye, okay, here we go. Rob TV's got the chance, turning it on a little bit. Dash in there. I love that he inserted that.
Kick. Oh, the jump out. And now, you know, again, Knuckledoo just being wily with his character. He's backing off. Not putting himself in a situation because this character, again, 4-frame doesn't have a true reversal. So you want to be outside the distance for a lot of things and not get caught lacking or
this character's 1 hit away from taking this game, by the way. 1 hit away.
The gray life. You see the bar at the bottom, the B trigger.
1 hit away. And Rob TV knows it. You can see by the way he's playing right now. He cannot get touched by anything because that is the round. Already.
And there it is. The light him up. Knuckledoo takes the first one in commanding fashion. And you see the strength of G when it's run by someone who can really run that neutral game and has the right reads upon a person, right? You don't get to play against them. It's unfortunate, but you do not get to play. If you're Rob TV, you gotta think about what other decisions and other characters that you have that could possibly, you know, fight G. And I think, you know, the Chun-Li might be okay, but you know, maybe not Guile. You're just gonna give him meter for free. Yeah. But again, what's on paper doesn't always translate to what's all going to be on the screen, and it could be also a player read. Like, I can fight do better with this other character, or maybe
I feel like they must know that. They must have played so often that they must know which character is their best chance against the other. So yeah, going back into Karen here is Rob TV. Oh, no! Wow! Okay, it actually worked out for us to Rob, but that's not really what he was looking for.
Flash gets blocked, but this does not. The pickup and being able to level up is super strong. That makes that fireball even stronger as a poke, but it's all gone when the throw lands. The presidency is gone. Anarchy reigns.
In there. Wow, that was gorgeous by Rob, who now mostly has the corner. Yeah, he's harassing here. No! Jumps down strong. Deletes his hurt box, I'm sure.
David, he dropped, still got the combo, it didn't matter. One more hit to do it. I like the backdash defensive style. Staying away, overhead gets blocked. Sweep activation. Trying to get something going with this trigger, but it doesn't matter. The stop sign, medium kick comes through. No entry.
You can tell that dude just knows Rob TV so well.
Oh man.
It's just a lot of different things here in terms of the buttons he's pressing and when. His moments to pick to do nothing at all. It feels just like almost everything's extremely strong on the front. That said, here's Rob. Walked up and blocked to proc the option select into EX.
Like the side switch, the chase down Rasenha. Maybe the bait on the throw. Still, he's just backing off, letting that stun build down. Getting closer and closer to trigger. The neutral game so strong by Dew. Poking with fireballs, throwing up the heavy kick, the dash up. He had him conditioned.
He definitely did that. Oh my god, I feel like that was on purpose. Shout outs to Dew, that was amazing.
He set him up, man. It was a stuff the entire time.
Oh, no confirm. It's hard to do, but man, that would have been nice for Rob.
Online, a lot harder with this character. You gotta have the confirm on the deck. Here's the under, the over. Under again, flip kick to do it. Knuckledoo doing the damn thing. That's 2.
It's the classic mistake against G that everybody makes. Because you kind of have to at some point. Don't stand up. Because at any moment, it could be the low. It could be the low, and then the round's over. You know that, and you saw Rob TV try to block. He's very patient there for a while. But you can't always do that. You know, you do have to move around at some point if you're going to be competitive, or else, like before, we saw that Knuckledoo dashed in command grab, right? Because he sees the opponent's not doing anything. Yeah. You can't sit there forever. It's just that Knuckledoo happened to know exactly when Rob wanted to move.
He has the read, and he's looking at reading his big W, dog. He's one away. Just deal with the sweep in such a manner. If it's not, it's a heavy kick. He's got him conditioned. He's got him settled, but now the throw into the corner, this could be what Rob needs. You got to put the pressure on this character and not let them run their game. He's still raw.
Oh no, the timing. The jump out for Dew was perfect, and now Rob TV does have the life lead. Great spacing for him. That said, he's starting to get caught in the corner here against a character with pretty strong anti-airs.
Oh my gosh, what an interruption. Using the buffer up the light. Builds the bar up like Build-A-Bear, and now we're almost at trigger. We are at trigger for that activation. Hell, he may not even need it right now with the way he's going.
Yeah, you're right. He's just harassing with individual hits here. Rob TV is alive, but barely, and not anymore in this round. It's match point for Knuckledoo.
That trade definitely in Dew's favor, and he is just moving on through.
Okay. Maybe the start for him here. He's got the corner earliest that he's had it. He's had confirms earliest that he's had them. Working on the stun, and Dew was patient at the right moment.
To confirm, out of the corner. Back to mid-screen, building up that B-trigger bar. Closer and closer. Just like 1 or 2 block hits, or just gets hit right here. Rob answering back, not out of this just yet.
Yes, Rob finds it. No! Backdash, but Rob maintained pressure. Wow. The execution error, big bummer for Rob, but he's got to just forget that one and move on. He's at the round after all, but it's still match point for Knuckledoo.
Those are going to happen, you know, online, whatever, inconsistencies, that may happen, but at the same time, you got to have a plan right after. What is your plan B, C, and D?
Wow. Very confident crouching jab anti-air. Again, that character has, there's another one of the strong ones.
Back Pierce. E-skill, goes up.
That's in big trouble. Okay, the stun is down a little bit now, but if he gets touched again, even at this point, he might be stunned.
Flash kick.
Is that stun? It is!
Oh, it is! And it's done, David!
Didn't even need super to come out. Wow, Knuckledoo with a tour de force there in that match, sending Rob TV out of the tournament, and he himself moves on in loser's side. 3-0 for Knuckledoo.
You know, got to give big props out to Rob TV to make it this far in the top 8, especially with a lot of stack competitors. New for him, but you know, it was Dew that had to stand his way, and what just a bad luck of the draw to face someone that you've been playing for has to be years, right?
Yeah, that seems to me like it's a pretty rough person to have to play against the character. That's not really the issue. To have to play against that person, former Capcom Cup champ, who you also lived with, and you guys have grinded against each other so long. That kind of player opponent is just a tough draw, I feel. So shout out to Rob, like you said, he's a super strong competitor. That's it. Not only in this tournament, but keep in mind, you only have 2 chances to qualify from North America East for Capcom Cup this year, at least if you're going to do it via tournament. And this was the second one, and that means it's not going to happen for Rob.
That's unfortunate. But, you know, speaking of bad luck at the draws, if we, we look at the bracket here coming up, Terrence will be coming up against Brutus. And this is loser side, so of course, as anybody, if you lose here, it's over, right? So Brutus, unfortunately, has been running through bad matchup after bad matchup. He's got a few slight quote-unquote counter picks that, in terms of Abigail for Zangief to kind of deal with, deal a little bit more damage when he needs to do it, right? But now he's got to fight Terrence, Chun-Li, who deals well, with either character, in my opinion, right?
I think you're right. Yeah, I think that it's true that Geef and Abigail have different matchups, different characters, and I think that they cover themselves reasonably well in many matchups. I think this character is one of them that neither of them really deal very well with. So I would maybe look for a Zangief here. It's the character that Brutus has been playing for so long, maybe feel more comfortable with. I don't know that there's like a winning character choice available to Brutus at this moment, but that's not necessarily what it's all about, right? He has to make the decisions in the actual match itself, and doing it with the one that you're comfortable with is sometimes the best pick.
And, a lot of people, and we've had this discussion already about Geef and about, being top 10 and all that, and top 3, as Japan and other tier lists might say. The thing is, he makes you feel like that, right? Because when he's playing correctly, he makes you feel like that. But on the other hand, the Geef player has to make the right reads. In a first to 3, and when you're lacking in the toolkit that you're not able to use the flex as much or upon other moves, it's a lot harder to kind of get that momentum going and put that person in that position. So we're going to have to see how he adjusts if he does go the Geef, or if he runs the Abigail, how he's going to be able to find the damage and kind of avoid the situations where he's knocked on his back and can't do much, but just take the hits. I
did read this morning that Itazan won 2 tournaments in Japan yesterday.
Oh, okay. so maybe that's why? Is that why? Japan? Let us know. Is that what's going on? Itazan just piecing people up?
Yeah, I mean, like one of the all-time greatest fighting game geniuses. Yeah, he's pretty good at this stuff. But he it's not just that he's a fantastic player. I do think that those characters, Zangief and Abigail, are both in pretty good spots. And I wouldn't say that I think either one's bad. It's just that I think that they both have matchups that are tough, and Geef especially, I think, has some of the more exploitable bad matchups in the game, which is why, of course, we've seen that Brutus has picked up Abigail.
Yeah, I mean, having that, again, like you said, having that secondary, having something on the back, like just to square up, and maybe a secondary that can kind of make the return a little bit easier in some cases. Abigail having that big boy damage, that big boy conversions and things like that, especially the Metro Crash, that being the move in this meta. But you can't count out, V-Trigger 1 either. It's still very strong. It is 3 bars, so it comes a little bit later on in the game, but still can make a difference in any matchup. That's just how Abigail is.
And on the other side, we have Terrence. So as they're getting set up here, let's talk a little bit about how they came to be in this position. We saw that Brutus yesterday made it through by defeating Adnan 2-0 in Abigail versus Dalsum. And I heard later that Brutus thinks that that's actually a winning matchup for Abigail.
Whoa,
very interesting. Okay. And then Brutus then beat Itachi's Legacy 2-0. That was Zangief versus Ibuki, and that looked pretty solid for him as well. So in top 16 of losers, Brutus has not lost a game. He's only in losers, in fact, because he was sent there by Knuckledoo.
What a person to be sent there by, but this is Canada's hope right here. This is the only Canadian player in top 8. It's been a while since we've seen him up in here, but it makes to me it makes sense, right? He's always been a strong competitor. He's always been a strong player. He's been on numerous exhibitions lately. He actually just had to fight an Abigail brother in terms of Mad Gear on Danny's Heat Check. And man, was that a great match, just showing the capabilities of utilizing that character and just understanding his secondary that basically is like a primary now. But so he has both characters on this on the deck, so we can use both in this first of 3. But like you said, it might be the Geef for that. Just
I think that's what I would expect here. And Terrence is definitely going to beat Chun-Li. He had a fantastic match versus Marvisto Honda. That was one of my favorites to watch. Maybe personally, but also I just felt like they both had fantastic play in that. Super close, very interesting. And then Terrence versus Chakotay was 2-1 for Terrence as well. And he's here because he made it to winners finals of his pool and lost to Rob TV. So he has only lost to Rob. Other than that, made it through Profit, made it through, like we just said, Marvisto and Chakotay. So it's actually Abigail here, at least in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like we said, first to 3, it can change. You got a lot of time to work with that. You know, having these characters ready is always a good thing. Abigail already started off well.
He's got these big buttons, of course. He does have ways through fireballs that are pretty decent. He's got great damage. Wow, shout outs to Jump Roundhouse.
That Abigail punch with the push all the way to the corner. Cancels in the flip.
Ooh, underneath
the slide. Smart stuff.
Terrence, well, briefly turning it on.
So that's a fear,
plenty
right?
of B2.
Abigail, with even one bar, can do a ton of damage. And you got to be careful about any of the cancels, the run cancels and things like that. Can you make the comeback?
Well, I feel like Chun is better at controlling maybe than making a comeback here in this match. Once she gets the knockdown, she snowballs as well as anybody. Okay, now she's in with the grab and then wake up button there for Brutus, kind of shut it down.
Unfazed, falling in the fireball, but no big deal. It's a big
There
boy.
it is! Can you believe how long he held on to that? That was amazing. He's gonna get pressure after this as well. Is there super on deck to contend with? Oh, no! It's so
Blocking
close. What blocking out of Brutus? And now at 18, and he spends it. Here he goes.
Has to do it now. And the Metro crash coming on through. Brutus, I see. As he makes up the difference, even though Terren was able to hold on to that V-trigger for the right moment, wasn't able to close it out. And Brutus's defense and great, moment to press, that all made the difference.
There's the
Throws it out.
corner carry. Trying it out. I'd love to see Terrence be a little bit more active. I understand he's trying to play, this kind of patient game, but that has resulted in him being cornered a couple of times already in this game. Here we go.
Picking up. Yeah. The reversal, I love that option. Kicking the corner. Unfortunate bet. Going home with nothing with that. Brutus, the big boy confirms. The big boy, damn it.
What a combo to choose. Crouching Fierce on the counter, and then into back Fierce. Super sick.
To send a message, David. Send a message.
Like, why? But that was super sick. Yeah, that was awesome. Look, again, I would love to see a little bit more activity on Terrence's side. I feel like he's being a little bit passive, and that's allowing Brutus to sort of force his way in.
Yeah, I'd like to see more aggression, but the jump in's already taking a ton of help. Oh, here we go with the command grabs. And closer and closer. We're at the corner, actually. Cancels off the flip. Everything's positive. The jump out, but still gets caught. You gotta pay the toll.
A little bit of a toll. Not too bad, using the fireball to come in, and then just like that, Brutus finds the opportunity. And so already we have Terrence in a bad state. Here he is, though. Knockdown into gotta be credible pressure. Yes.
Caught him lacking. EX, almost for this time. Easy
There
bait oven.
This is the activity we needed to see out of Terrence. He's gonna need one more here.
From the menu. Here it is. Activation had to do it. Charging it up. Oh, what a great option.
Solution. Yeah, what a great solution right there.
It's popping out of there. But still got work to do. One more hit to do it. It's got to be a good one, the jumping head kick.
Is that actually the first jump? I feel like that may be the first jump from Terrence.
It feels like it. If it's not,
he has
I'd be
not
surprised.
done it almost at all. It's come before. Okay, he just tries it here.
But you see why, right? The lights are so good about checking. We've seen Brutus check people with his lights, his normals, just in general, on the incoming. But here we go. Here's the jumps that are coming out. Ooh. He's listening to us, David. He's cheating.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I think he's playing so well right now. Great knowledge. And if that is the stun, no mix-up required. This, not it. That big fella, it's not enough. But it was just an overhead low mix-up. And what a back off!
The bait!
Of course, Brutus wants to activate. Everybody would in that situation, and so Terrence knew it for sure, backed off very, very confidently to where he could whip punish. That game right there was a completely different story. On offense for Terrence, in mid-range for him, in that moment where he backdashed just at the exact right spot.
Right.
That was much, much stronger.
Very smart stuff. And you saw, like, I mean, that's just how you deal with a lot of things in Street Fighter V. You deal with the V triggers, right? You look for those activation points that they want to do, and you back off the distance and punish. And, you know, that's the comeback factor with Abigail, is the V trigger. I mean, he's got the big boy damage, but he can really access that in V trigger. And I love Terrence eliminating that. And also the jump-ins were coming in strong. I mean, you said that Mans hadn't been jumping for a while, then he got Froggy, and things started working out. So we might be seeing a switch of characters here, or maybe just the calm down.
Yeah, we have gone back to character select for people who are at home. We'll see whether it's going to be the Geef. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a switch. I wouldn't be surprised either way, because the first game was very strong. The second one was definitely much more in Terrence's favor. But maybe you think about that and try the different counterplay, different adaptations, or what do you do? We're seeing the characters coming up. It is Zangief after all.
All right, switching to the old favorite, the other big boy out here, all about the churn. Well, let's see if it's gonna be Brutus's turn to take some more rounds and some more matches.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, again, neither of these characters has a fantastic matchup versus Chun-Li, but you know that Brutus is gonna have some solutions. We're seeing V-Skill 2 with him, that ability to absorb through one hit. It's -4 on block, but typically you're at a range where that's fine. Yep, there he is.
Yeah. Going with the softs. The toddler. Max distance on it too. Yo, try to challenge. 8 some damage, but there is a great life on the board. But you know, you're geek. You'll deal with that. You've been dealing with that.
Well, he's where he needs to be right now. Ah, regular grab. It was the chicken. Oh, man.
Anti-air with the light. The easy. But at the same time, this could, all turn around. V-trigger activation.
Definitely. Ooh, tried it out. Has to make his opponent block, of course, for safety.
Ooh, get careful throwing out those fireballs. With V-trigger 1 activated.
Actually just spent 1 bar. Oh, no. I feel like that was supposed to have been super, but I don't know. He had just built it. Maybe he didn't realize. And that's going to be that for trigger for this round for Zangief. So back to a more comfortable spot here is Terrence.
That trigger fading away, and that's fine for him. Like, he's got the lead right now. He can just kind of poke away and not overextend. Like the interrupt the heavy with the heavy. He was trying to come on in, but the slide anti-air.
Yeah, very consistent anti-air versus Geef's jump-ins.
Round 2. Fight.
Using that crouching strong to try to counterpoke underneath things like Fierce. Definitely seen it work out. And he's gonna get that. Okay, what reactions right there by Terrence. Immediately bringing in super. This gives him pressure too. Here he comes. Nice.
Good blocks. Until. Okay. He's coming on in. Oh no, with the V-skill raw. Able to knock him down to size.
Super sick. And now with a lot of resources, we have a dangerous Brutus, and Terrence knows that, not giving his opponent anything to react to.
Stop the heavy.
Yeah.
Oh no, unfortunate waste of meter right there. Brutus would love to save that for CA, but still, even with 2 bars, can't make the difference up. We might be seeing it, David. EX.
All he needs is 1 more mix-up. That's the character, and then what was that? Wake up overhead? Surely an error.
It's gotta be one. It's gotta be a super unfortunate error right there.
It was wake up overhead. Definitely not on purpose. Oh my god.
Yeah. There's no tech for that one, I don't think.
Was it supposed to have been V reversal? Maybe. I'm trying to think about what that could have been.
Whatever it is, it's put Brutus, you know, with the round on the board, right? Push in the corner. Terrence a little bit more pressure. Got that heavy kick. Eliminating the armor from that B skill, not letting him get anything off. Using the fireball for pokes, but here we go.
Activation in the mix-up, and it's back throw. Very dangerous here for Terrence. Little misplacement by Brutus. Thought she was gonna wake up earlier. And what a confirm. Hold on, overhead low. Neither, he didn't even want to play that game. Ha, just back off entirely.
The Hoover turns on, it's off now. We just gotta make this real nice. You got 1 EX bar to put him down on the ground, right? But after that, it's all hard guesses, hard reads.
Yeah. Just eventually it felt like he was gonna make that decision, just a question of when. He was hoping to get over a fireball. That happened not to be the moment when Terrence brought one out. So really, really nice closeout job by Terrence there, who didn't take any risks. There were no risks there. When he had a chance for free overhead low mix-up, he didn't even take it, right? He was out of there. I love that kind of safety-first gameplay against somebody who, a character and a player who could definitely be volatile enough to still take that game. Really nice.
So you got to play against Geef, right? That's the game plan against Geef. Like, stay outside the distance and not try to get pieced up, try to get put in those bad situations that make you feel like this character is top 3 or top 10. Woo! Definitely has practice.
Dunking him here in this Georgia to Ontario battle. And the backdash that has been so well used. Oh my god, underneath.
Oh. The fireball's being blocked, the heavies not. EX! What a great catch to put him in the corner, but the splash staying wet out here. Right after. On him ducking again.
I really like the different wake-up timings that are coming out of Terrence here. Okay, meaty, it's plus, yes. One more to take the round, and he does! He has seen quite a bit of patience from Terrence as Terrence is getting up.
Round 2.
Brutus definitely fighting back, flip the 2-2. Oh no,
Far.
just
Only pays with a fist.
yeah, but that, wasting those meters. Unfortunate, but Brutus undeterred. Interruptions from Terrence, finding his timing and pushing Brutus in the corner until the game starts.
Uh-oh!
What a
One more
read.
mix-up for stun here? Maybe a little bit more than that. Oh, a huge read comes out, no burst for you.
Going home hungry right now. Brutus has anything to say for it. Activation to chase the backdash.
Knock it away, sure.
The lockdown.
Now
Lockdoor,
with
no
trigger though. Oh, that was a chance to activate. Brutus not quite there. Terrence is, walking up into such a beautiful spot where he can challenge or where he can anti-air if he backs off slightly, which is what he's doing now, so he's looking for.
How about that heavy button? Placing game plan around the heavy button.
No.
The challenge right there. Terrence on match point. Looking to send Brutus home. Canada's finest.
Brutus just hoping that Terrence wouldn't do anything about a -6. Sometimes that happens, but this level of play, hard to expect that.
Especially from someone like Terrence, who's been proven to go for those punches when they're, not input errors. Usually on top of his game. And speaking of, punishing the heavy again, over and over again. EX coming on through. Double dash. Okay, a fadeaway. That might have been an input error though. Oh, the timings that he's finding. Nah, that's got to be something he's doing. Maybe a jump back kick, just like as an instant overhit.
Again, the activation comes. Brutus is hoping with those jumps. And Terrence is not giving him much. I love this.
If he's not gonna give, I'm gonna take, says Brutus, as he takes another EX command grab on Terrence's face.
Wow,
Bust
okay.
out. Could have been dangerous.
Still a trigger. On both sides, in fact, and you can see, it looks like Brutus is trying to be outside crouching medium punch. He didn't quite get there.
One more decision.
By the way, that could have been V-trigger spin through. That fireball right there. Okay. So now at this point, Terrence, big advantage obviously in life. Resources are there for him. Brutus, if he finds the right hit, he will definitely be alive. It's not gonna happen. It's the big roundhouse coming out to play for Terrence to seal the deal.
Chun-Li wins.
Terrence taking it over Brutus, finding that momentum, finding just the peck away, right? Using the heavies to deal with Brutus's heavies, not letting him start his approach at all. And it was just there were a few moments where it looked kind of tense for Terrence. Busting out with the EX Bird, got punished once, but not twice. And Terrence looking nice as he moves on to losers. Unfortunate for Brutus as he is out of the tournament now.
Yeah, that's right. And again, no more chances for NA East. In the next rounds, we're going to have Danslip versus Knuckledoo. And we're going to have CJ Truth versus Terrence. Let me take a look for you here. Those will be the two coming up in losers side. Stick around for that. We're going to have a short break. We'll be back very soon.
The curtain falls.
I'll take you downtown. That's how you start the fight and finish it quickly.
Let's have some fun.
Let me zap you. Here we go.
beyond the battle.
Get ready.
Destroy! Begin!
Let's go.
Disappear.
Kneel!
You do not have the strength to crush the spirit of the king.
All right. I really like to exercise, and training is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death, vile insect.
Pull out all the stuff.
Hadouken! Resurrection! Witness the power of the continental. This is the power of the king!
Alrighty, welcome back to the CPT Online NA East Top 8. We are after the first round now. We're going to take a look at the bracket for you here. We're in the second round of losers side. I've already seen that Rob TV is out and Brutus is out. Congrats to those players for getting as far as they did. Not going to make it all the way. Now we're going to have Danslip versus Knuckledoo coming up next.
Absolutely. I mean, this, is going to be a great match because I believe these two have played, quite a bit throughout the past, East Side residents. So it's going to be one of those matches where they understand each other's play styles and how they play, right? There's going to be a lot of I know what he's going to do And that's going to come into play. Maybe people might look at, why do you do this decision? Why do you do that? But there's going to be reasons behind everything. And a lot of that comes to like player understanding them, you know. And I feel like that's just going to make the match even better. But again, loser side people. That means only one person can make it through. You're going home if you don't make it through this.
They did play a couple times in 2019 in big events. And in top 16 of April Annihilation, Knuckledoo beat Danslip 2-1. And in CPT Online NA East 2019, Knuckledoo beat Danslip 2-1. So that's some of their history in major tournaments over the past couple of years here. In fact, Knuckledoo also won when they played in 2018 in Winter Brawl. So, you know, maybe not the best match history there, but that is already a little while ago.
That's history. Let's see what's in the present, people. Knuckledoo versus Danslip, loser side. Only one can survive. And with the Guile,
it looks like it's Guile. Yes, it's Guile here for Knuckledoo. Going with the character that can control the screen. By the way, this is the character that he tried versus CJ, and it mostly worked. You know, he had a couple of situations there where maybe he tried a boom that was reacted to, but other than that, it didn't look like it was any problem. I mean, he lost, but it wasn't a blow up in any way. Okay, so Danslip showing that yes, he too has the reactions to get through.
There's a throw into the corner, and you know, trying. Oh, I like the neutral jump against the bazooka. Didn't really work out. Here's the crush. Danslip the follow-up. EX Hooligan, the DP right after.
And slower play here. Double jump. Uh-oh. Doo finds the activation. He's got a lot of bar. He can be a threat.
With the raw DP. You know, they take the risk. But at the same time, he's got the involved on it, so I get it. I get it. But still, DP Tartar out here.
And that was really just consistent stuff from Danslip. He pushed Knuckledoo into one corner. He was halfway towards the other side as well when that happened. Wow, okay. Imagine doing that. That was so good.
And that gives him so much corner push, but now it's all taken away as Doo switches positions. Never mind the cross-up. Anyone can get cross-up with these streets, even Grandma.
That could have been super.
Activation.
Here comes Doo. Into the corner, by the way, with his own super.
Make it happen.
Great blocks. Doo still here. Got him.
With the sweep. Doo hanging on.
I'm still thinking about that back throw immediately into Stand Fierce against that. What I think was Stand Medium kick from Guile. That was amazing. But yeah, that really could have been it for Danslip. He had super in the corner, just didn't go for the combo on it. EX instead.
Knuckledoo just hanging back. Got the lead. You gotta come to him. Be careful, because we've seen this before. You throw out the boom, get punished for it. Flash kick, though. Can't be jumping in. Can't be lacking. Can't be slacking.
It felt like in the last couple of rounds, Danslip was able to just jump a lot, and so he is going back to the well here, but looks like Knuckledoo is paying more attention to that side of things.
Walks up with it.
Yes, he's definitely paying attention. You got time to do the air throw for sure.
Watch him the land, sea, and the skies. Doo gets interrupted on the boom, though. Danslip got featured, and now it's all gone. He loves to use it, right? He loves to spend it to get that damage going, and I agree.
Hoping to bait a flash kick, none came. And then Doo with nothing as the anti-air. Hoping again with that stand here.
Wow, he checked down the EX.
Hold on, it's not in range.
Overhead.
And the then a button out. I love the jab in that situation for Knuckledoo. Just really trying to take control of things again, and he did manage to. But I feel like it was a volatile kind of match. That really could have gone either way.
That sets the pace for the rest of this first of three, right? Like that, to me, could mean anything for the rest of this match. Like if you try to read what happened in that match and say, oh, I think Doo's going to take it, or Danslip's going to take it, it's hard to call. And that it's going to be whoever is able to contain the chaos is going to be able to take it, in my eyes.
Doo trying to play with some stability right here. Holding on to a pretty solid spot on screen. Really not throwing many booms. Okay, now going back to the well on that. And it's working. And he's able to push Cammy back quite a bit and get his own pressure afterward as a result. I love these back and forth decisions out of Doo. Offense suddenly, defense suddenly. Defense, here it is.
backing away, and he's got the lead. He can play with every pacing that he wants to play with. Sweep raw on the neutral, but no big deal. He has the momentum right now.
He definitely has
onus.
the momentum. Yeah, it's
Onus is on Dan Slip.
Professor Daniel Sliffington, and he gets cut up right by the flash kick immediately.
Sit right to detention. Dan Slip has got to do more. You know, he's got to be able to get that rhythm going that he wants with Cammy, right? But it's hard. We've seen the anti-airs, we've seen the damage on the deck early in the round, and dude just hangs out and says, I'm playing my way.
Did you see the combo that we just saw out of this Knuckledoo character? Oh, man.
Capcom Cup champion for a reason.
That was too good. Counter
with punish.
And I feel like Dan Slip walked down from way downtown. Can he get a punish? He does. Here he is, defending it.
Needs this. He needs this right here. But the wake up, the All-American EX. Dude looking super strong. Put the distance between them again.
The Professor in here with the reactions again. And no link! Okay.
Cleans it up anyway. But you gotta have those confirms, and that's the thing that if you are lacking this, like right now, like this is the time you gotta be like, I gotta clean this up, like ASAP, especially against Stu.
Both games have been close. This one's still, as Dan Slip looks like he's trying to push Stu into the corner until he himself got there, and then it's the jump very quickly again.
Backs away from the throw, I love that. But gets caught. And the dash up, not converting, that could have been possibly done. Stu going in, but not going in too much. You see that he just waited. Didn't want to get neutral jump. Or baited off the flash kick.
Switch up the tempo has been of huge benefit to him. Offense sometimes, defense others, and it's hard to know which one's coming up next.
He's a feisty dude. But here we go, Dan Slippington.
The Professor has the game, ties it up 1-1. All right. Very close, and again, that first game could have gone either way as well. There was that moment where Dan Slip could have had a super himself. I don't know, it would have killed, but he would have gotten good pressure out of it and almost killed, right? So this could have been a 2-0 already. It could obviously have been 2-0 for Stu as well. It's just that kind of match so far. It's really hard to call.
It's that chaoticness, but this also sets, in my mind, like who can last the longest in this sort of like back and forth in terms of defense, offense, and you know, cycling through those options, because at some point you're gonna start wearing down. You can't keep this up for long.
Love the sneaking in of that dash right there. When Knuckledoo was expecting a counter poke button, it was a dash instead.
Overhead connects, blasting him with the Dewey. Want the fireballs, change up the pacing with the normals too to make sure that even when he does get far, it's going to be hard to use the EX spiral arrow to get through.
That was...
Oh, just as I said. That
great.
time, switch it up with a B skill.
Here comes Dan Slip now. Yes, activates directly into it. There's no V reversal. There is EX meter though, and that's exactly what Stu uses. And Knuckledoo takes that round.
Knuckledoo doing the damn thing right here, but again, we've seen this back and forth so many times. Anybody's game still.
Absolutely, and I'm very interested and impressed. Dan Slip keeps going for the stand fierce at a certain range here, where he's hoping to see something like Sobat or stand medium, something like that, and it's worked a couple of times, but it's at a range where you typically don't see it. Here's the offense turning it into the stun. This will be close.
The Popeyes with a side of fries. There we go, Stu with 2.
Guile wins.
Yeah, man, he's looking really good right there. What a round by him. That's the first round that I've felt has been lopsided either way, and that was for Knuckledoo's favor, obviously. So he may be getting things together here.
There's a lot of great reads on Stu's part. You know, a few mistakes and errors from Dan, you know, trying to get the offense going. But again, it's not over until it's over. Until you see that KO screen, the finish, it ain't over. But this is game point for Knuckledoo right now.
Gutsy start by Knuckledoo with the dash
Catch
forward.
up throw.
Super
Not
cool.
checked though.
Comes Dan Slip. Pretty good corner carry in that. And that gives up the corner. Ah, okay. Love the walk under first. Great damage and stun. It's one more mix-up for the stun. Stu fights it out.
I love the options to get out of the corner, right? Ending flash kick, get the distance between them, but no, anti-air there.
Knocking on. Stu sees it, links it, activates it, and just trying to stay away from this explosive bombshell of a character here.
EX flash kick.
And look
air
at
to
that!
air.
What a trap! I feel like that's a trap you would see in a different game. That was a Super Turbo trap. That was a Street Fighter 4 trap. Danslip did not need to jump. But Knuckledoo knew what was coming up. He knew it. It's match point.
He's looking super strong right now. Just a different beast right now. Danslip's got to do something different. The jump in, that's a good start right here. EX hooligan throw. But the EX DP though. Knuckledoo put the distance between them again. Bringing the boom game, now dashing up. See, it's so hard to pin him down. To know what he wants to do between the booms and other things. And Danslip just very careful about throwing out the EX.
Danslip could have had more there if that had been dive kick that he wanted, I think.
Input error.
I think so. Danslip marches back in, tries to find something in the corner here. And just like that, with the offensive universal, gotta think this is it. Yes, Knuckledoo finds it. And I love that universal to give himself offense in the corner. Knuckledoo takes it 3-1 and moves on in loser's side. Danslip makes top 8 in winner's side and then goes 0-2. That is the heartbreak, but it's what happened to him here. And he is out. And again, that means that was the last chance to qualify for Capcom Cup for him.
Man, if we're talking about 0-2s and things like that, yeah, what's on paper is different, right? He made a slog all the way through top 16, loser side, and you got to give him credit, for making it this far. It's such a stacked tournament overall, but man, that 0-2 doesn't tell the entire story, but it does tell that he is out of the tournament, and that's unfortunate. But Knuckledoo, on the other hand, playing just in such a controlled fashion where I feel like he's building. It's like a crescendo of where he's understanding the opponent, understanding what they want to do, and executes his game plan, and they just feel so just lost.
It really is great to see Knuckledoo still up here. We've talked about this a couple times over the weekend so far, but Knuckledoo had a serious accident earlier in the year, put up a tweet that I think many of us misread to mean that he was retiring, but instead it seems to have been just a break. And I'm really glad to see him back, glad that he's able to play. Clearly the skill is still there, still one of the strongest in the country, probably in the world, only in losers because he lost to CJ Truth. And now, speaking of CJ Truth, it will be him versus Terrence.
That's right. We look at the bracket, what's going on here. As you said, CJ Truth and Terrence going to be playing this. See who's going to be fighting Knuckledoo, so we could be seeing a potential run back. And then later on the winner side is Endemic Shine versus Rise Smug to see who's going to be moving on the winner side of Grand Finals. A lot of great Street Fighter 5 coming up your way.
We could get a rematch there between Do and CJ. That could be a next round of losers. We'll see.
That could be. But we'll have to go through this match first. Terrence versus CJ Truth. Terrence going to run that Chun-Li. There's no other person for that, for Terrence. No other character for Terrence. Always going to be the Chun-Li pick. But CJ does have a variety of characters to combat. He's got the Colleen sometimes. He definitely has the Cammy. We've seen it. And if he really needs to, he can pull out the Nakali if he feels it. But his focus is mainly on the Cammy and the Colleen. So I'm curious to see, what he's gonna go for. I think he's been running a lot of the Cammy pick, and that I feel like that's his strongest suit right now, is that character.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's what I'm looking for in this case. Cammy. Colleen's very strong as well. Those are two pretty good characters to have in your stable, of course. But yeah, his Cammy has been looking good, and that's what we've seen him play all weekend so far. We'll see, but I think I'd be surprised to see a switch away from that at this stage of the game.
Stay with what, got you here. And it's going to be the Cammy coming up on the deck. You're going to see that great spacing and those great anti-airs from CJ Truth. But Terrence, we've seen him before. He'll jump when it's necessary and not all the time. So it may not come out to play.
Fight.
All right. Starting it off well, CJ with the dive kick. And again, he's spacing him at just this kind of tippy-toe spot, but I really like for Terrence, slightly backing off, making it whiff. And we've seen that a lot from Terrence here. Look at these little movements he has. Upwards slightly, backwards slightly, trying to be in and out of that range.
Fishing, just fishing, looking for the bite, looking for the bait, and just chipping away with damage.
Nice.
The air to air, my man was a...
Oh no, wait! Terrence challenge there, blocks now against this terrifying Cammy in the corner.
He's coming for the credit cards and the debit cards.
But this is a range hit where this is more about paying attention to the anti-air. Okay, dashes back up again. More for pressure. Here he is.
Like the V
Terrence
reversal.
with the V skill. Yeah, I'm sorry, V reversal to try to get a little bit of pressure.
Just packing away though, constantly. And Terrence keeping it really annoying. The jump back jab.
Okay, sick. We've seen neutral jump fierce. We've seen jump back jab so far. We've seen walk out quite a bit. No attempt there. Didn't want to take the risk.
I like that. Switching up, rotating the defensive options. But now stuck in the corner, but still feels like he has, like he's on the, he's got his foot on the pedal.
Look at his time now, 16, and just like that, CJ takes it. There was such good play, I think, in general from Terrence in that round. But enough from CJ, especially with the solution at the end there, that hit confirm. Ton of damage.
He was in the distance and then just in an instant, right in front, just cut right in front of him in this race towards, losers finals.
I love this dash in. It feels like Terrence has been paying so much attention to counter poking and to looking for anti-airs that instead CJ dashed up. Got the grab.
Okay, gets the sledgehammer right in the spiral arrow. Great text. Doesn't want any back throw situations, switching sides or anything like that. Now it feels like CJ's got a little bit more pressure, and you see Terrence being a little bit more pensive.
Well, it's just really, really good neutral game right now by CJ. Occasionally with the whiff punish, occasionally trying to hit confirm something like a stand pierce or a crouching medium kick, but in general right now, he is paying more attention to this distance right here where he can't immediately do something. Right? He's paid so much attention to the anti-air.
I mean, you got to do that, right? Because Cammy, that's where one of her strongest suits lies, and here we go. Good block. But you also got to pay attention to the ground. Being the ground, he's throwing him down to the ground.
Uh-oh. Nice!
Corner to confirm into the CA. Got a kill. But a great situation for Terrence here.
Right up close. Anything will do it. There it is.
Easy bait up and baby. And I love how he knows to put himself in a great situation with the CA. He knows he's not going to kill, but he knows afterwards, I'm looking pretty right here. Terrence looking to try to take the first one.
Yeah, both these characters get great pressure after their supers. Oh no! It's big damage. Swinging for the fences on the roundhouse, but nothing. No crush. Here he goes right back into it. Now CJ's where he wants to be.
Pick throw.
Looking for the confirm. Terrence is in trouble.
I love CJ's pacing and his spacing, but here's the activation.
And then nothing, huh? Interesting. Oh, he's been looking for that anti-air so much. Again, no!
Over to the EX legs. Double dash, yep, goes for the throw.
One of them. Great blocks here. Nothing, and here it is!
No! The moment he tried to answer back, he got slapped. Like, that was it. I love that. He started upping the pace, upping the momentum, upping the tempo.
Yeah.
And he just took it from him. Didn't allow CJ to play his game. It was all Terrence right there. But
yeah,
hard
that
fought, though.
The final half-round series right there by Terrence was super strong and quite different from how most of that game went. A lot of that game was him being patient, waiting, getting actually dashed in on by CJ, and then at the end there it was a different story.
Walks right under, using that walk speed to kind of just glide on through, smooth on through like butter. Air to air, and I like the fade away too. Fade away for this character, but CJ Truth is all up in that business. Let's go with the Oki. This character gets off the spiral arrow and the throw. Counter hit though, DP. One more sequence with a stun. Or a back throw to do it.
Wow. That was a lot. And then walks back for the stand fierce. We all take the bait sometimes.
Round 2.
Both these players have done it so far. It's just hard to resist. Sometimes you gotta do it.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta answer back, right? Sometimes you don't want to go with the propaganda, but sometimes it's the wrong time.
Mm-hmm. Very light pressure on both sides here. Neither one really wanted to overcommit. That's a range right there where you could feel comfortable if you were willing to take the time, but neither one did.
Terrence, watch his characters working up until the back throw, eating away that EX right there.
I think it was EX legs.
I think so. Trying to bust out, but no go. Here's the back throw again, the chiropractor.
Too far. CJ again hanging out at a spot where he can whiff punish, where he can anti-air. And he gets the full jump in. It's got to do it. Yes, all the way through. That's a game for CJ. All right. So 1-1, CJ evens it up.
I love that movement. You know, we talked about the round-ending, game-ending movement by Terrence in the previous one, where all of a sudden he was moving and all of a sudden he was pressing buttons. That movement by CJ, kind of forward-back movement, where it was hard for his opponent to know what spot he was going to be in. I think that was really a big key in terms of him finding the end.
Absolutely. And being able to stay outside the distance where that poke game isn't coming out from Chung, kind of eliminating that whole game plan. Super smart by CJ Truth. And then he just wasn't watching the skies at that point for Terrence. Let's see what he pulls out in this round, though. It's so hard because you see CJ cycling through so many things like, oh, the ground game is on lock, I'm coming through the sky. You have to watch out for so much. Then again, Chung does have a lot of great answers.
He's got a lot of stuff going for it. Two of the stronger characters this season. Hammering in just a little bit, trying to see. Here comes Terrence.
I like the delay right there. No DP, so he goes for the back throw.
Very, very light stuff here on Terrence's side. Just doesn't want to give the opponent anything to react to. Such respect for CJ's reactions. But here, Terrence finds it. Looking for the swing. Jump strong to keep the opponent from doing jump back fierce. I love it.
Oh, the backdash cross-cut DP.
It was such a good understanding by CJ that there have been so many air-to-airs. Jump early strong is one of the strong solutions to that.
Right. Fantastic break. Back throw. CJ just looking a little bit more comfortable as these rounds go on, as these moments go on, to be honest. And I feel like the B trigger is kind of the determiner in switching that pacing. Yeah, coming through B reversal.
Okay.
Gonna hold that. Terrence being pushed to the corner, which we don't really see much, right? Like this is usually something that happens on the other hand, and now this feels like CJ has the jump in right there, and he's got the positioning, and again where he wants to play. You see the CA at the bottom on the deck to find that confirmed to do it. You spin some of that bar to get it. I like that. I like that jump in. I also like this throw to do it.
Wow. Just very, very strong stuff out of CJ constantly there. Really making a show of this.
Oh, man. You see Terrence is rotating his defensive options, going for the V reversal as well, too, to stem some of the pressure. But I feel like that's a moment where you're like, man, what do I do against the EX bar that's being spent? What do I do about these air approaches? What do I do about this B trigger? All these things. And it's like, he's still on the back foot. Terrence has to do something to kind of keep that aggression, but it's so hard when, you know, you get pushed to the corner and CJ can run his game even better, even further. And now he's on game point.
What a slow start here. I love this kind of match. You just get to watch the little moments in footsies.
It builds up, right? It's a build up, right? You gotta watch, you gotta find out, you know, the plot and the story before you get to the action, right? That gives it even more juice and more flavor. And this sets up the rest of the match in terms of pacing where they're at. It sets up, you know, how much damage they've taken, their V-trigger gauges and things like that.
And the range that CJ has kept is this kind of implied threat constantly, where he can counter poke, withstand fierce, maybe crouching strong, crouching medium kick, something like that into a drill. And because Terrence knows that, he's not pressing many buttons there, which means that he's been dashing on a couple of times. Oh,
Bait,
okay.
Punish, follow up, B skill, I like that.
Oh no, it was only short. +2 here, and so just getting out, I like it.
I agree.
Again, jump early, strong. Dash twice.
No fear in this, man. If you know scare, I know scare.
No, it was not there again. Both players, and another time, feels like both players have had multiple chances. Finally, it's CJ who takes it and puts himself on match point.
That's so unfortunate. When you see that many drops, who knows what's going on, but it's unfortunate. You gotta clean it up. You gotta be squeaky clean out here when you're fighting either of these two players. Who, when they do find the confirm, when they do find what they need, they get the pressure going.
CJ has made it so that Chun doesn't want to press her buttons. It's just amazing, his neutral game with this character.
I can confirm the crouching medium kick. It's the legs, great tech. Staving off the stun, but for how long? Oh my gosh, he stepped in it. Crouching medium kick again, side switching. And the V reversal again from Terrence.
Oh, Terrence just wants to get away. And he's away, but to what effect? After all, has to make a comeback. He can't stay away forever. All of his V meter has gone to that. That's 3 of them now. Here's CJ.
And now, CJ going in after he saw all the defense was off the table. Especially for the CA, one more decision to double dash. Wake up, E-Expert. I agree. Doesn't even take his turn. Probably for fear of an EX bird right after. I agree. But at the same time, CJ with the dive kick over the fireball to do it. CJ Truth defeating Terren and moving on in the bracket. The old guard from the NA East 1 still living strong.
That's right. Yeah, he's still in there. Wow, I just am so impressed, I gotta tell you, by the neutral game that we saw out of CJ Truth. There's this range where Chun-Li has strong buttons, and he stood outside of that range and got enough whiff punishes on it, and of course Terrence understood the threat, that it seemed like he made Chun not press buttons, and then that allowed him to dash in. Of course, there's also the threat of the dive kick, what ended up taking it. So that range right there, where it could be dive kick, could be whiff punish, that was such a strong spot for CJ, and it just didn't seem like Terrence was able to either get in, where maybe he could pressure more, or stay at a more comfortable spot away. Neither one of those came up often enough for Terrence to have enough control.
When you take away the tools of the other player and their character, that just shows you how well versed you are in that matchup and how well versed you are as a player, right? To eliminate those options, eliminate those potential comeback factors. And I loved how he would just push him against the wall and say, listen, I'm outside the distance. I'm not gonna let a back throw happen. I'm not gonna let you activate or anything like that. I'm just gonna get my pressure going, and when I find the jump in, I'm gonna win. So CJ Truth moving on. Terrence has put on an absolute great show, but unfortunately is out of the tournament. So we will be seeing more of CJ Truth as we move up this bracket. And after we come back from this 5-minute break, stay with us.
Blocking is very important when it comes to Street Fighter V. As your character is put in a defensive state, which softens the damage done by the opponent. There are 2 ways that you normally block in fighting games. The first way is the crouch block, which is how the vast majority of players block, as it covers mid attacks and low attacks. Now the other way you can block is by doing the stand block. Stand block also covers mid attacks, but more importantly, you block aerial attacks, high attacks, and overheads. As stated before, blocking plays a massive part in Street Fighter V, but there are a multitude of ways to bypass blocking in this game, which I will shed light on in the future.
You have to train body more. Better run faster or get out of my way. I'll crush you.
I mentioned previously that throws are powerful in Street Fighter V, and that they are commonly used. Well, command throws, or command grabs, are quite different from your regular throws, as they are the next tier up in terms of potency, and they require a directional input to be performed. Command throws fall under the category of a motion special attack. The reason for them being so prevalent is for a number of reasons. Some do more damage than others, and some inflict an enormous amount of stun. But more importantly, they allow the attacker to keep up the momentum or close out the round. Now, unlike regular throws, command throws cannot be broken. So the best way to avoid them is by backdashing, going for a jump, or using special moves that have specific properties to counter them. Command grabs are pretty quick in Street Fighter V, with the exception of 1 or 2 being incredibly slow, as they give the character at hand an extra offensive option. but do keep in mind that not every character has one, so be on the lookout for those who have that command throw option.
All right, it worked out. What up? Welcome back to the CPT Online NA East number 2. My name is Ultra David, and with me, my close friend, St. Cola, right here, right next to me, and next to you as well. We're moving on now into the winners side. We're gonna have the winners finals up for you as we check out the bracket. Of course, that's gonna be END Shine, and it's gonna be Rise Smug. 2 players who have played against each other. Who even knows how many times?
Gotta be a lot, to residents of the NLBC. Obviously, East Side, they've got it and played each other through tournaments, local tournaments, things like that. It's gonna be great because it's even more on the line now. Instead of points, as we've been saying so many times, it's all about that one spot, first place, nothing less. All right, because you can only get first place to get the qualification for Capcom Cup, that seat. Anything less, you go home with nothing. You get to scream into a pillow on the other side of the room.
All right, well, we're working on the matchup, getting together here.
Mm-hmm.
Looking for probably a Buki.
Yep.
What do you expect out of Smug in this situation?
I think G. I think G can do pretty well. I think both characters, personally, that I've seen, at least when I've seen them play and kind of review their matches, I think Smug is ready for a Buki. But at the same time, that oppression from G, the whiff punishes from G, and how great he is with his defensive options and his defensive choices, no less, make him a super strong threat no matter what the matchup is, right? But he's been smoothing through with Rog for so much, it's like, do you need a change right now?
We'll see. We're about to find out. I hear that it has begun.
And
what
it's
do we got?
Rog.
Okay.
So it's going to be the Rog pick against a Buki, of course. They're
Yeah,
old
that makes
favorites,
sense,
both
what
of
we were
them.
expecting. And again, V-Skill 2 trigger 2.
So we're going to be seeing them.
Hold
Looks like
on.
they unfortunately picked the wrong one.
Yeah,
That's
you guys at
unfortunate,
home
so-
can't see it. That's forbidden. So instead, we're just going to have Smug press the Fierce button a lot and the Roundhouse button a lot. And hopefully we'll get into another stage soon.
Yeah, some things like that happen. Sometimes you just, you go into ranked and such happens. But, we already seeing what they're using. Well, we are seeing, you at home aren't. The V-Skill 2 and the V-Trigger 2 pick from Smuggles.
Yeah.
And then, of course, V-Trigger 2, as usual, and V-Skill 1. That's the thing about Ibuki, right? Is like, both of her triggers are good. F-word will tell you that if V-Trigger 1 is great, is the better one. I don't agree. I don't think many people agree. Anybody with sense doesn't agree. But at the same time, both of her triggers are great. But, V-Skill or V-Trigger 2 still has the edge, right? It's still very powerful.
Sure, yeah, you have to make sure that you hit confirm it nowadays because it's -4 on just regular use. But other than that, yeah, sets up great mix-ups, has good space control aspect to it. You can anti-air from really far.
Sets up great 50-50s on hit. There's certainly a lot of utility in it.
Absolutely, and that utility
hopefully
might
get into a
shift
real
everything.
match here.
Yes, you know, hopefully they'll pick the right stages. Again, that happens, you know. Sometimes you forget to, set the stages. We know that Shine is on a different account today. The $3.50 instead of the $3. A lot of people switching over to that PC version. Smug has
That's where I am.
But we're gonna see what if they stick with the picks. I think they will, right?
Yeah,
they probably
I would
went
think
into
so.
this
Yeah.
assuming that was gonna be a real match. But now they're going to ready on up and give us some more great Street Fighter V action. Winners final side. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna
Who gives themselves the easy roads by getting into grand finals on winner's side? At that point, just one victory away from qualifying for Capcom Cup. One of these two will be in there. Come on, stage.
Big money,
It
big
stayed
money.
at noon. All right.
There we go. One of my favorite ones, to be honest. I like the looks of this one. So, good choice. Good choice.
Yeah, we've been there. We've been there. And I think it was still V-Skill 2 trigger too. It is.
Cool. No changes on the
It's just a
loadout.
really fun combination. I like watching it a lot.
Giving Rog a command grab, chef kiss. I like
Right?
that Smug is so aware of that B skill too. Also the stock up. He went right in front of the face, didn't get the punish, but the idea is there. I like that awareness. That's what we want to see from Dan Slip, and now we're seeing that from Shine.
That said, it's already loaded. Okay. Gets it. EX. Couple of plus dash punches coming through.
Getting the stock up this time, not daring to challenge though.
And Smug just does a great job of finding those moments to sneak it in. Uh-oh.
The stomp lands, scuffs up the shoes. Nice anti-air. But here's the EXDP, bust out the mid-screen. Interrupt.
Nice. That threat there, and here comes Smug. Just one hit. That does mean, though, that there's a V-skill, a V-trigger to come out. If you can find the right opportunity for it. Yes! Oh, yeah?
Oh, blocks it. Overhead connects, and the right after. Shine with the awareness. Catching Smug off guard with the overhead. Yo, classic.
Yeah, it's funny to see somebody get hit by that overhead in that kind of instance. It's really more of just a frame trap than it is true overhead. Yeah, I mean, it hits overhead, but, you know.
Yeah.
The reason it hits.
I get what you mean.
Yeah.
But that's how strong, that's how strong Shine is, right? He's super strong in this matchup. We saw him neutral jump, the dash punch right there. The old classic right there when you deal with charged characters. Neutral jump, punish. Got him locked in the corner, but now Smug with the activation. Good challenge. He knew the frames. He went to fat.
Backing way off. Okay. Yeah, I really like the hit and run right there. Smug trying to get back in where he... Yes, knockdown comes, and he tried it, and here now is the punish. Shine, is it enough?
It should be.
It is.
Again, the right after. Shine with the first one. It feels like Smug isn't able to kind of get that offense that he's known for, especially what we've seen from other matchups where his character's lacking against the other character. It's just not there as much. Like, and Shine's not giving those opportunities. So I wonder if we're going to see the switch or if he's just going to ride or die with the Balrog pick.
Round one.
And it looks like it. It looks like it. Sticking with it.
Yeah, I don't think there was really a character problem there.
Definitely agree. But Shine with these neutral jumps.
Yeah, that's done a great job kind of shutting down what Smug likes to do. Okay, nice! That was super good. And now with that V-Skill 2 active, he can dash punch in when he'd like to. Here it is. Finds the combo, right back into it. Right back into it. Into the pressure in the corner. Surely he does get there. Trying to whiff punish something. Now it's on Shine to find the moment. He does.
Look at the target combo. Able to get the right after he's got trigger. Oh, I like the little bait, but it doesn't matter. Catches him with the command normal. Not trigger loaded, but
right into
it's
it.
all
Where's he
side
going
right
on
now.
this? Just goes for knockdown damage. He gets in there with the medium kick. And he confirms it. On block would have been plus anyway. Shine is looking great.
Super strong. He wants that first. He wants that spot. Not even first spot. The only spot in NA East 2. Do I plus frames?
Yep,
Pocket
great spacing
down.
for him. Here he comes. Finds it yet again. Still working on a perfect. Was there? Okay, yes.
The CA for
Now
the side
Smug.
switch. Bad. It's a target combo. All taken away. All that momentum taken away. B trigger. The mix stays in front. EX. Follow up. One more hit to do it. The check for the dash back.
Wow.
My man's any running this. It's a speed run right now.
Shine is playing some of the best Street Fighter that I've ever seen this guy play. And he's been playing for a long time, and he's had a lot of great performances. But right here, he's looking so good. His footsies are great. I love the neutral jumps. The pressure's been good. His hit confirms have been there. Defense hasn't come up super often in the last couple of games, but when it has, he's done well on that front too. It just feels like he is running this thing right now, trying to get into grand finals.
Absolutely. And it's just so many errors on Smug's part and putting him in these bad situations. But here's the crush, the stock it with the B skill. But it's got to be hard, right? The air approach already dominated by this character. And if you're wrong, you got to make something happen on the ground. B skill gets a pickup, able to build up the bar again.
Here we go. Into the corner. And Rog's here. Tried it, and only the crouching strong not ready on the buffer, and instead now Shine.
On the other side,
Tricky.
the block all that, the V reversal, now start to spin that bar, that V bar for the defensive man. Instead of popping the trigger, gets the target combo with punish. Didn't have a charge on deck to finish things off. Oh no, Shine
He keeps
answering
snowballing
back.
through this. All Smug needs is one hit. Anything will do it. There it was. It's a whiff. And the reason that worked is that Smug had just barely backed off. He had walked back very, very slightly, and that was outside of the kunai range.
Nice neutral jump, what a call. We're talking about Shines, but now Smug with it.
See, that combo is so much damage for something that also builds V meter. Super good.
That's ridiculous. That's why his character, always in it, even in matchups where, he's lacking. If he lands the hits, he can still make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, trying to check with the heavy, didn't work out.
Oh no!
Punish. The cross up, not even a cross up to be honest.
No, just kind of a funky thing. Smug walking in, swinging. Yeah? Is he 2 for 2? He is.
Oh!
Oh!
And the bait, the punish. Okay. Smug's on it. Desperate baits, but they work out, spinning all the bar. But listen, if it works, it works. And we've seen that happen, right? Just so much pressure from Shine running his game plan. He's not aware of the bar at the bottom and what Smug might do. And Smug with the bust out. Still, maybe not the option that you can always run to, but comes out in the clutch.
No, you don't see that very often at all. At all. I mean, Boxer has great EX dash punches. People are oftentimes using it on that in combos or just in neutral. And Smug has saved that stuff. 2 wake-up supers is rare to see for anybody. And for Smug, as somebody who I think of as being pretty cautious on defense, typically pretty solid, just waiting, blocking. Not what I'm expecting, clearly not what Shine's expecting.
Absolutely. You got to switch it up. Winners finals. Got to do something different. I like the walk back, to get away from the throw. B reversal though. Try taking his turn. EX rush punch coming through the neutral, start to spin that bar in a different way.
Yep, ready there. Hoping for the crush, nothing came. Shine. Oh, he tried. There it is. He tried it again. Crouch medium kick confirm. Into pressure. Where is he? Well, wherever it was gonna be, didn't matter. It was a 3-frame wake up there for Smug and turns it into the victory.
Wakes up with the mash. That's what's for breakfast. Smug trying to answer back and stem that pressure, stem that momentum that Shine has had this entire time. Plus frames, backdash. What a read. Only got hit with the low a little bit. No big deal. Not a lot of damage. Smug now going with the back throw that time. EX to the corner. And the shimmy, the bait, the bite, the buffet of damage. Almost a stun and it's done. Goes with the B skill to make sure that, oh no, he's the bar, but it doesn't matter.
Wow.
Needy, no vegan.
Balrog wins.
Okay.
I feel like it was forever ago that I was talking up Shine now. Was that today? I feel like
That might have been.
there's such a difference right there in that round compared to what we saw in the previous couple of games where I felt like Shine had such control. All of a sudden now it's Smug and everything he seems to be doing is exactly the right thing.
It's wild to me because it's like that pulling back on some of those moves that have gotten him in trouble. Some of the dash straights and things like that, switching up his approach, now going for the EX bar to kind of get in, catching Shine off guard. And now,
Caught him off
your
guard
game
just at the
point for
very
either.
start.
Yeah, dash up throw.
Right.
It's a crush too. B skill pop up. The Dempsey roll. Own anime with it. Oh my, the upper for the anti-air. Shine answering back. B reversal back in the corner.
Oh, that's not plus. Nope. Did not have the V skill anymore. Smug dashing in. He got dash forward grab before. This time he tried a roundhouse. No dice. Here's Shine pressuring.
B reversal able to save him from a lot of damage, but still stuck in the corner. This is looking long with the target combo.
Hold on. Gives it up. He probably wasn't going to build it at that point. And oh, it's not enough. Hold on a second. Jumps back.
He's still in it. Great tech to stay alive.
There's no more kunais. Oh my god.
Crush. EX dash punch to the corner. The trade still in Shine's favor. Shine match point.
I think that must just have been a funky timing on the meaty. That's what he tried for before last game. After all.
You gotta let it cook, David. You gotta let it cook with a little sear on it.
Shine just a little bit of a dash. Okay. Finding it.
Okay.
Down. Oh, wow. Walks up, in fact. Walks up, in fact, again. And, Shine maybe taking too much of a turn there.
EX, the corner, the dash. With the base skill, able to build up a ton of power in terms of damage.
Wow. Reset right into
family.
buttons directly. And now here comes the mix-up by Shine. Whatever. Working on the stun.
Oh, and it's done. But not done all the way. He still needs another mix-up. On the other side, great blocks. My man mashed out. Smug.
Smug
at the power going to super.
Wow.
Gets a command grab. Final game. Final round. Smug versus Shine. Let's move on to Grands. Winner's side. And what you want this. You need this. You want to have that positioning going into grand finals. To have the extra set to play with if you need it.
EX, yep, V skill 2-time. Now is the threat of that +2 dash punch. +4 if he wants to spend the bar on it.
What a Whiffing using the V skill.
And it's a lot of caution areas. And here it is. In fact, they both used it. I almost feel like Shine was happy to see that V skill 2 charge. He got some kunais back.
He needs that resource, right? Ibuki needs that resource to continue that pressure.
Oh,
look at the damage going.
Super!
Look at the damage! That's enough to do it! Shine! Getting pieced up by that super, the CA to CA losers. It's gonna be Smug in grand finals, winner's side. CPT in East 2. Smuggles settled in winner's side.
That super did so much damage. Oh my god.
I didn't expect it. I held on to it. I felt James's arm on my back saying, hey man, just wait. I don't know if it's gonna come. I'm like, James, I don't know either. James, I don't know either. But guess what? It did.
It did. It absolutely did. Wow.
Oh
in that set where I was talking up Shine, and I think rightfully so, if you go back and look at 2 of those games in a row, Shine's play was amazing. Again, absolutely. I think everything about it was so strong. You then look to just a game later, a game and a half later, and it's so strongly in Smug's favor. And then that final game was a different story altogether. What a set that was. I feel like each player went through streaks of, now I'm the best, now I'm the best, now, uh-oh, we're battling, and amazing set. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that one in the future because I think there was a lot to look for in that.
Oh man, I can't wait to go back and watch all these sets. We've got even more. It doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there at all. So let's take a look at the bracket real quick to see what we got on the menu coming up. Knuckledoo versus CJ Truth to figure out who is going to be facing off against Shine for losers finals to get that loser side of the grand finals bracket. People, it's been a lot of games. It's been a lot of Street Fighter V at the highest level on the east side of things, and we're getting closer and closer to that finale.
Knuckledoo and CJ, huh? Very interesting. Again, this will be a run back from earlier. This was the top 16 winners side match in which CJ took it 2-1 over Do, in part because Do threw some booms that CJ reacted to. And now as they come into this next one, I think that I would not expect to see that same kind of a thing coming out of Knuckledoo. You know, I think I would expect to see a little bit more patience in those moments. It's not like this is the first time these 2 players have played. I mean, they're both 2 of the strongest Floridian Street Fighter players for the last decade, you know? So they have a lot of experience. He certainly knows that CJ can react, and I think he would probably respect that a little bit more as they go into this loser side set.
Duke kind of has been utilizing that form against stand slip, you know, interspersing the normals and things like that. So I'm curious to see how it's going to happen here. Is this new kind of change of pace that he's kind of been employing in these past couple of matches going to come into play against CJ Truth? I mean, it almost has to. As you said, you can't throw out the booms, can't be lacking and slacking with them booms, because you're just going to allow Cammy to get in and start her pressure game. And I feel like you don't want that to happen. You don't want Cammy to get in. You've got the foreframe, you got the splash kick, you got the reversals, but you don't want to make those big bets.
Okay, is it in fact Guile versus Cammy? Show me and not the grid?
It
Excellent.
is.
Sweet. Guile
We're all cleaned up today.
Yeah.
We know what's going on.
Shadow Lu base. So Guile versus Cammy yet again. Very interesting match. And of course, Dude just had a chance to play this. We were watching that. And that's against quite a different player, of course, in Dan Slip. Very strong player, just a pretty different style.
Just gotta think about it like this. If you fight a Cammy, the next Cammy that you fight is gonna be completely different. You have to be able to suss out what the other Cammy's tendencies are going to be. What do they play like? Oh my god.
I'm telling
Already
you.
it starts, but here we go, the All-American. It's a distance with a dash up. Who goes for it?
This is some corner control right here. Outside of the crouching fierce range until he walks all the way in. He had walked up with Sobat before. He had done the roundhouse before. This time it's the grab, and CJ just didn't expect it.
I love that little delay. He was like, listen, I'm coming in. Kicking the door down and getting the first round. Anti-air there, not even risking, just going for the blocks and taking his offense. But here's the EX again. Spiral arrow to get through the boom.
No more EX.
Like, Dude is so unafraid of that. Like, he doesn't care. Like, he's like, cool. It doesn't matter if you're I'm going to push you out with my pressure eventually. But the cross cut, CJ Truth building up that stun bar.
Again. And it feels like Dude's just cool with that, right? He's just done it 3 times now. It's like
starting to add up a little bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. He's way down in life. No, it's not enough yet. Uh-oh,
Hey.
threaded the needle. Oh, but not as much.
Get the confirm that he wanted. But still has a ton of bar to work with.
Is he there in time? No, okay, I thought he was going to try to drill in. He was.
Oh, but there it is.
I'm telling you, man, this kid's reaction's not a kid anymore. He's probably, what is he, early, mid-20s now? I'm very old. He still has fantastic reactions.
I feel it, David. I'm old too. People don't know,
right.
but I'm 32, dog. I'm just saying.
All right, that's all.
I see these young men out here. Dude with the crush. Ball boom. I love how he keeps the pressure with the follow-ups too. After his crush counters, goes for the fireball. Good sweet punish right there. The Daigo. He did it first, says Dude.
He did. Here comes CJ trying to get the corner again. Now that does give up the corner, but he's just like that jumped over. He was waiting to see whether there was not going to be a quick res.
Good anti-air with the flash kick. That just allows him to set the pacing. He sends him so far that you got to watch out what he's going to do. You know, is he going to dash up, double dash, and, you know, get in my face, or is he going to throw out the booms?
Okay, Knuckledoo.
The
So
stare
this
down.
is definitely on Do, because CJ has reacted multiple times. He'd love to see a boom. He'd love to EX drill through. He's got a life lead. Knuckledoo doesn't. Yeah, that said, if Do can walk CJ to the corner, he screwed it up after all that time.
Oh, no! But here it is. The EX getting on in there.
No
This is the combo,
activation.
a drop. Such a rare drop. You don't see that happen. There might have been a hit or something, but this throw, not enough to do it. Gotta be super careful, as Do. The seconds
time.
winding down.
He has only 15
seconds.
If he finds something
Now.
right now, he can get it, but he will not have much time at all, and it's not going to
But
come
the
CJ's
DP.
there.
The risk. There's too many risks. I feel like they're adding up too much for Do. The EX spiral arrows are not only taking the damage, but putting CJ Truth in some positionings where he's making Do eat damage, and then by the time he gets out, he's like, oh, I've lost a quarter of my health that you might have needed later on in the match. So if you're Do, you gotta look at these positions, or the situations where if I throw out a boom, he's gonna react. He's proven it over and over again. There's no reason to maybe put myself in a situation where even if he puts himself in the corner, he'll jump out.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm surprised to still see it out of Do here. I mean, not right now. There's no meter to get through, but once... Never mind, absolutely
Wow.
never mind. If you're in range for the projectile invul version of that, okay, cool.
Great awareness by CJ Truth. But here's the cross to follow up with the head kick. It's a DP ender right there. But the wake up EX flash kick from Do in the distance and the damage between them.
Almost there.
Good blocks from Knuckledoo not getting opened up.
Love that range right there by Do. Okay, fine. If booms aren't working out, if the range just a bit behind me, let me close in slightly. Let me harass with buttons. Medium, fierce, roundhouse, occasional boom.
Oh, unfortunate dive kick coming through.
Super's there. Almost. And you know he's looking for super. That's absolutely what he's dancing about here. But that said, this is the reverse of what it was in the previous game. It's now on CJ to make some kind of damage happen.
Activation. Careful about those booms.
That's, yeah. The shield.
Please.
The shield remains.
Oh, okay. Whip the DP. Gets a punish. Knuckledoo. Making him crack, but still. Very difficult, very tight match between the two. Upside down kick. Blocked.
You know what? He actually did take the bait on that stand strong and Do got hit anyway. That's a bummer.
The trap was set, but just unfortunate.
Ah, there it is. There, he tried it again. This time, Do made sure to actually block. That's the intention there. You're pressing stand strong because it kind of looks like boom. You hope the opponent does an EX drill. You got to block, though. That's an important part of it. Ooh, funky.
Playing the combo, man, over and over. We've seen a few drops here and there from CJ Truth. They could add up. Booms coming in with a medium kick, trying to check those booms before they come out.
Not quite there. He was pixels away.
One more decision. Back throw, though. Heavy punch into the connection. Into the CA. The Popeye on. Man's 8 spins are enough to kill.
And
Mash up the Dewey.
Huh.
Rounding him.
Huh. Okay.
Knuckledoo. It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan. What does Knuckledoo?
It's funny how human reactions work sometimes. You can be so strong when you know what could be coming, when you have a great expectation of what could be coming. We've seen CJ get through booms a bunch of times with his EX drill. Clearly has fantastic reactions. But then when you just don't expect something, you're not going to be ready to react. That's how it works. And the overhead worked there, even though it's definitely reactable. If you're keyed in on it, he just wasn't.
It's mental stack. You put the mental stack on him. In a pressure situation like this tournament right here, it's mounted even more. So I can definitely see why the overheads like that are definitely going to work. This is going to work too. Counter hit, flash kick. With the B skill and the fireball's right behind, but there's the EX right on through. We'll be just backing away. Little jabs to get him to bait, do something. In between the booms.
Nice.
Air.
Great
Nice
range.
little anti-air.
Ready with V-trigger here is CJ. And doing a good job of backing off and in sometimes here. He wants to try to be at a spot where Knuckledoo's not going to know what to do, whether to throw a boom, whether to walk in. Gotta play with your spacing always, even if you're down in life.
Activation off the Fierce.
Oh. Dude, still throwing those booms. This may be at a range where, yeah, he is hoping at least that CJ will not react.
There's the crunch to follow up though. Yeah, uses that meter all the way through. Back throw wants a positioning. And like that max distance right there. Never
Not in
mind
time,
activation.
surely. Yep. Yep. No, that was... I like the idea. The idea is solid, for sure. He just didn't have enough time to recover from the activation.
Unfortunate. CJ Truth looking to go up 2 against Knuckledoo. Beast go right through. The follow-up spiral arrow gets to throw the chiropractor. Let me check that neck. Harassing him. He's gotta find a way to get out.
No, it was sweep instead of flash kick, surely.
That's gotta be an input error. EX right through. My man's reacting right in front of his face. He can smell the breath. He's still reacting. Getting the back throw. The stun almost there.
Threw a boom. That's the only thing. And CJ backs off to where he can more confidently react.
Don't give him this. Don't give him this moment. You can't do it,
What do you
dude.
do as Knuckledoo in this situation? You got to do something. You can't just keep walking like this and having this implied threat. At some point, CJ is not going to just do that.
You don't do that. David, you don't do that. In the EX to come through with the dive kicks. Do unfortunately done did it. And now CJ Truth is up 2. Overdue.
2-1. 2-1. Look, he beat Knuckledoo in winner's side. That was a first to 2, right? Yes, it was. That was 2-1. So I guess he would have won. Again, it looks tough. The words coming out of my mouth almost don't make sense to me. Is it hard for Guile to throw sonic booms? If you're like a genius, if you have amazing reactions, and you're Cammy, even online,
Yeah.
I think the answer is yes, because at the end there you saw Knuckledoo try to inch forward, because throwing booms are just not cutting it. The problem is, if you inch forward, you then don't have bar for boom, or you don't have charge time for boom, which means that now, okay, CJ walks back a little bit more until you have boom time, and then you're like, okay, I gotta walk in, and that's just not gonna get very far. At some point, of course, CJ is not gonna stop walking, or not gonna continue walking backwards.
Yeah. It just feels.
What does it get you? Yeah.
I just feels difficult because like if you're eliminating, we saw that before with Terrence's match, eliminating that their game plan, right, and taking that away, you've got to find other ways to get in and deal your own pressure. You got to find a new game plan. It's just like dude doesn't have one solidified all the way. Or when he tries to go back into his game plan, he still has to use the booms. That's still a part of it, and that makes sense. You're Guile. You got to use the booms,
I mean,
right?
Guile has good buttons. He's got great roundhouse. The Soulbat's strong. Fierce is strong. He does have more than that. He's not just a booms character. So maybe the solution is more focus on normals and take booms out of your arsenal. Or maybe, because they have gone back to the character select screen, maybe it's that he goes with Mika. We have seen that versus Cammy sometimes. Maybe he goes, I don't know, is G a pick that you would do? Maybe not. We'll see what he does.
I feel like G is one of those picks where you hope and you pray that they don't run their game plan.
Lined up with the mirror match, actually. It's Cammy versus Cammy.
Hold on now. The Cammy versus Cammy. Can you scam a scammer? Is that possible? Knuckledoo, he's going with the pick for the mirror, and he's going to ride all the way with it.
Fight.
Let's see if he can do it. Knuckledoo, CJ Truth with the 2, Knuckledoo with the 1. Oh man, I don't know.
Each button here can really, really have a big impact on what happens in the match. The character snowballs so well and doesn't have very much life, so if you can get things going, the other opponent's in trouble.
And you've had so many games to warm up when you're CJ Truth, but versus Knuckledoo, to get going with this character. At the same time, you've got to really turn it on, and you don't have much time. You only have one game to not lose. You got to keep the momentum going. Can he do so? Reversal check by CJ Truth.
Yeah, you can count on Duo to be ready for this kind of thing. To switch characters and to feel like he's ready right away. He's so accustomed to doing that. Threatened a side switch, it didn't come.
It's working out. Do with the switch, with the mirror. The corner push right here. ACCJ Truth looking for that activation.
Yeah, dude does not want to just give him a free crouch fierce. Okay. Looks like it's going to be forced. Punish.
Yep, minus.
CJ has already dealt well with that a couple of times. Oh, no confirm. It's hard, but no confirm nevertheless.
Activation DP for a dive kick and spins it to win. Knuckledoo.
Round 2.
I take my words back. My man's acclimated like this was another day at the office. Put on his different suit and tie. He's good to go.
This is another day at his office, man.
It really is right now. As he gets the throw to the corner. Knuckledoo looking super strong. It's the pants. It's got to be the pants that's giving him the power up. Switching sides is CJ Truth with that speed spiral arrow. But the confirm on the crouching meter kick. That's got to be an error.
You got to think so. Maybe that was supposed to have been drill first or DP first. That said, Deuce still has the big advantage here. Big life lead. The V trigger's already gone for CJ.
DX coming through. CJ Truth.
Oh, nice! Before the press spear started up. It was so close. And his own reaction? How many times have we seen CJ react?
CJ Truth said, take it back. I got a receipt. And now he is on. Match point against Knuckledoo. Remember, this is losers. I mean,
This is Knuckledoo's one chance to make Capcom Cup, where he has won in the past.
he's been here. He's been here before. This is nothing new to him, but at the same time, what's on the line is way different. CJ Truth is looking super strong in this mirror match. However, Knuckledoo not on this yet. Perfect spacing right at the tippy feet. Poking away. Oh, there's the confirm, the counter hit too.
The
Back
timing
throw.
from CJ I'm so impressed by. He finds these little moments. And those are hard to find against somebody as strong as Knuckledoo, but he does sometimes dash in and he just steals the situation. Both patient in situations like that. They have both blocked after doing side hit. Here he comes. Super spready. Knuckledoo knows it is tournament life's on the line.
You can't get hit here. You can't get clipped.
And you can't do anything
CJ
wild
Truth.
because CJ is just gonna react. It feels like the options are limited. They are no what?
Oh, no confirm. It's a throw. Knuckledood's still alive.
No! What did
With that
he
punch.
see?
He goes right for it. CJ Truth moving on over Knuckledoo. CJ Truth defeating a Capcom Cup champion to move on in Capcom Cup.
What did
In a
Knuckledoo think that he
you.
saw? I don't know. He thought he saw something. Hence activation, hence drill. I don't know.
I don't know either, David. All I
Did
know
he
is that
just
CJ
try it
Truth-
out? That seems like a very un-Knuckledoo thing to do, but maybe? I really don't know. Wow. Knuckledoo, out of there. Again, I want to say I think it was super cool. I was very happy to see Knuckledoo in this situation, considering what he has been through this year, considering that he has taken a break, and it seems like he really hasn't missed much of a beat. CJ is incredible right now, so to lose to him, both in winners and in losers, no shame at all in that. Congrats to Knuckledoo for
Absolutely.
playing as well as he did. I know that he wanted to win, of course. That was his only chance to qualify for Capcom Cup. But nevertheless, shout outs to him. I hope that things are going well.
Yeah, it's great to see him. It's great to see, such great high-level play. I hope that he continues to play. We're obviously going to see him in the Street Fighter League, but he'll be enters other tournaments and stuff like that. But, moving on and talking about CJ Truth in terms of his play, man, it is ridiculous to see how he took what Dude did to him and gave it right back. I mean, that level of play right there shows you that CJ Truth is super hungry, super aware, and super prepared to move on in this bracket, and he's doing so. And now it's losers finals. It's closer and closer to that grands, but I mean, it's going to be hard fought right here. There's going to be some more hard fought action, Street Fighter V, coming your way after this break. Stick with us.
To go into more detail about how combos work, the two terms you need to know about are links
Hey, you! Show me a real attack!
and cancels. Let's start with linking. Linking is basically when you input a move within a specific time frame after performing another move. Linking both attacks together creates the combo. Pretty straightforward, right? But then what about cancel? Cancels are defined as stopping the current animation or move your character is doing by inputting another move that cancels the previous one. Cancelable attacks mainly apply to a character's normal attacks, which allow you to cancel into a number of moves. These are also referred to as cancelable attacks. The four types of cancels you need to know about in Street Fighter V are as followed. Special cancelable, meaning moves that cancel into special attacks. V-skill and V-trigger cancelable, meaning moves that cancel into a character's V-skill. Or V-trigger, which I'll talk about the V system in a future video. Critical art cancelable, meaning moves that cancel into a character's critical art. But how does one differentiate the two? The difference between linking and cancelling is that with cancelling, the animation of the earlier move is interrupted. Whereas with linking, the animation of the earlier move is not interrupted. This is another one of those topics where it sounds complicated at first, but when you see it in motion frequently, it will make sense over time. Links and cancels are integral when it comes to combos. The more you play fighting games, the more you appreciate difficult combos.
Welcome back to twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters. People, we are back. Closer and closer to the finale of the CPT NA East 2. My name is St. Cola, and I am joined with...
Hey, what's up? I'm Ultra David. So we're most of the way through this thing in the top 8 right now. Let's head over to the bracket so you can see what we are queuing up for you. Pretty deep into this thing at this point. It's losers finals coming up next. Shine versus CJ Truth.
Oh, man.
And CJ has played fantastically all weekend. He's so strong. He is having a run back here. Of course, this was the first match that we started out with, CJ Truth versus Shine in winners semifinals. But for that one loss, he's just looked amazing. His matches versus Knuckledoo are such a textbook example of what you can do if you have fantastic reactions and exactly the right spot on screen. So that may not be easy to set up, but if you do have those two things going for you and a character who can make use of that, then man, you can be so strong. So for Shine now, he has to play against CJ, having seen how that just went down. I really liked how Shine before was able to sort of dance around that kind of spot. I mean, it's not as much of an issue for his character. His character does want to play kind of in, maybe in kunai range sometimes, but you know, maybe more commonly crouching strong, stand medium kick, roundhouse, that sort of stuff.
That's correct.
Not quite the same kind of matchup.
I gotta say, you know, CJ Truth, it's always good to see him stick with Cammy, right? He's got other picks and things like that. I remember at Combo Breaker last year, he was like discussing, like, man, I don't know if I should pick the different characters. I don't know if I should pick Colleen and this like that. Should I switch? Really seeing the success this year with this kind of character, like this is what I've been wanting, right? For him to stick with this character, to stay with this character. She's super strong this season and fits his style so well, so perfectly. Obviously, you can have some of those side picks on the side just in case, but to see him main Cammy this entire time has been absolutely great, and it's paying off in dividends. Let's see if it can pay off against Shine.
Fight.
Immediately, both of them walking in a little bit more. Yeah, do you see where Shine's playing? He's not just V skill, but actually walks up for stand short to pester.
crouching medium kick range too. That back and forth was a big part of the victory last time. Whiff punish, hello.
DP ender right here. And at the corner, right here, just harassing CJ True. Now backing off. I love this defensive pokes, right? Just every so often poking out. Not overextending too much, but keeping that corner pressure until the V-trigger activation came from the V skill.
The fake cross-up that was from the front still, and the big bait. Interesting. What do you got for us? Okay. I thought there was going to be some wild setup.
Just a side switch. Still in a great lead right here. EX coming through.
And it seemed like he really smelled blood right there. Eventually backing off. Here comes CJ. Only stand strong. And Shine is just blocking it out.
Doesn't want to even attempt to anti-air. You see the part at the bottom? I wouldn't either. You gotta be at the right distance and the right choices, the right flavors, man. It's a throw, nice and easy.
Yeah, and that worked in part because he has walked up with buttons more than a few times. Here comes CJ again outside of crouching medium kick range. Look at the time now, 14 on the clock. It's not gonna
wake
matter.
up! Not even slathered and lathered in EX. My man just done did it.
Yeah, we've seen him do that a couple of times actually.
Yeah, really.
I mean, it's super fast. 3-framer on the light.
That's true. Got kick coming through. It's probably right after gets the Yoki and the corner push. Here's the chiropractor throw. Another side kick coming through the DP ender. Man, CJ with the return.
And he didn't think he was gonna kill, so he didn't spend the bars. All I can guess. And now it's on Shine. Oh! Remember he went for that the first time they played and CJ actually blocked it?
Not this time. The cross up. Shine looking to make the return. But the EXDP says no. CJ Troop with a bust out. Found the right moment to do so, too.
Final round. Fight.
That paid off. That could have been super bad, but that paid off the dividends here.
Wow. They'll tell you that her hurt box got nerfed on that V skill, but I don't know, buddy.
We haven't seen it this tournament. Then again, Shine's usage has been great. His spacing has been optimal too, to stay away from maybe areas where that would hit, but he's just outside the distance. He's able to build up the bar for V closer to V trigger. Playing the neutral here, jabbing away, hinting at maybe an EX kunai.
Yeah, I think that's part of why CJ is standing where he is. He's trying to look for that, trying to get a dive kick over. That was not at a safe spot up on the top of Brutus' head.
Oh, missed right there. But still, Shine going in. Gets the shimmy. The right after. Shine. Crowning him.
Ibuki wins.
All right,
Yeah,
Shine.
man, Shine is playing so well. And you could see, I think, like I said, I think the part of CJ standing where he was that he was looking to try to react. See that maybe Ibuki was going up into the sky, release the EX, dive kick over, get a combo. We've seen that a few times, saw that in their first set several times.
Round one.
And Shine just never gave it to him. He just never did it,
Right.
And so Shine is not letting CJ play that side of his game, which is so important to what CJ wants to do. He wants to react. He wants to put himself in those ranges. And if you just don't do the thing he's looking for, that's a big part of the solution.
Perfectly acceptable. Shine just, playing that almost defensive, offensive game, just poking away, but staying outside the distance. Just as you said, to not allow Cammy to get the scammy going. Man, the anti-air, air-to-air right there, DP ender right there for the combo. But the wake-up mash, great defensive tactic right here, and the back throw. It's on the board.
Ooh. Getting rid of all of them, huh? This is, yeah, wow. I feel like we haven't seen anybody else do that the entire weekend.
And he's willing to do so even though there's a threat of the EX Spiral Arrow coming through. And also V-Trigger, and here's the confirm. DP right after. CJ Truth. Coming on through, and man, I feel like CJ Truth is starting to kind of change up his momentum and pacing. And also that kunai spin was super expensive, and Shine didn't get what he wanted off that V-Trigger activation.
Here's the knockdown. Not worried about the wake up. In, trying to harass even still. Backdashing? Yeah, just getting rid of that situation. Now, I almost wonder if Shine's okay with that. This is just out of the corner. Would have loved to have gotten something out of it, of course, but at least he's not in a bad spot. He's in fact pressuring.
It's better to play than not, right? Now he's actually got CJ Truth pushed to the corner, but the DP against the kunai. Max distance on that perfect spacing. CJ Truth is on something today.
Yeah, his reactions are amazing. Not quite enough. It's close, and then, okay. Found the hit. He was expecting it to be blocked, right? It was a little shimmy setup. Both hits hit anyway.
CJ Truth now on the reverse, eliminating some of the options that Shine wants to do. We saw the DP against the kunai, and those take skill and practice, right? Now it's starting to turn the reverse. Now the momentum starts to kind of land in CJ's favor, and that's what happens with Cammy. She loves that. She loves to have the momentum, loves to have the continuous pressure. When you lose that health in the corner from throws or attacks and things like that, the strike throw mix up, and we're there already.
The orange bar is still there, and he chased fully down from half screen from the corner in there. Not quite death, but what a chase.
DP's on the deck, and now just simple harassment, light stuff. Here's the V-trigger, that rear back able to save him. Great defense. He'll take the throw. That's perfectly fine to be able to back away and get that space with his character. And the medium kick, CJ Truth built different right now, looking way different.
That EX hooligan into DP was amazing as a chase. Still thinking about that.
Drops the EX there. Shine getting his pressure on with the EX kunai in the right after.
Yep, he's here. Oh, not quite. However, the stun comes. Getting some resources back before the series. There you go. Just as CJ had a very strong round, it's Shine coming back and doing the same.
It's almost like a back and forth, but who can get their game plan started off super strong to make the onus on the other person, right? But here's the XTP against the EX dive kick. Shine ready and aware. Want to fight that space where he's comfortable at. Gets the right after. See him backing away.
Yep. Into pressure. The release!
The whole clip!
No!
The shooter's on the roof! And that's a perfect KO right there from Shine.
These wild swings, man. What a match. What a match. Two characters with explosive offense, with damage, who can snowball pretty well. Neither one of them with very much life, and so they'll die faster than many others. That said, at the beginning we saw this sort of slow play. I think back to the first game or two when there was just lots of walking back and forth. It was kind of a ranged match almost. Those rounds in that game, totally different story.
We've seen the kind of the grinding matches between them, but now it's just like who gets the momentum, who runs with it, who just takes it all the way. And now Shine's looking to take it all the way to Grands. He wants that place, he wants that spot, the DP chase down the Mario. Can't leave for free.
He's still doing the trick. And it's that dash in at a very smart range. It's not a range that's point blank.
Back throw, turn of fortune right here. Cammy, corner pressure is ridiculous, even this season. Crosscut DP again, just checking before he can leave.
And that doesn't really lead into anything, so maybe it's okay for Shine.
Yeah, he's still, still looking pretty. He's still got V-trigger on the deck, ready to pop and make the difference up and possibly more. Looking for that confirmed, the double dash, great tech.
And backdash to make that use of the EX bar just go to waste. Love that.
Resources, getting rid of those resources. Smart stuff. Especially when triggers on the deck.
Yeah, really trying to confirm here. CJ actually punished the activation, which I don't think we'd seen anybody else do this weekend. So, knowing that, now you can't just let it rip.
Oh my god, what a whip punch with the feed skill. He knew. And here we go, here's a return, able to activate.
His blocking percentage is amazing.
That is, he knows when to play patient. You see him walk underneath the smooth on through. Forcey tried to come to him. Unloads the whole clip.
Oh to do boy, I love the lack of quick rise. He's just trying to get out. And mission accomplished.
Round 2.
He's got to finish it off. There's still a bonus mission left, my friend. 1 point away to do it. No meter to work with in this round, but he's still looking super strong as the set goes on. Dive kick lines. It's a combo. Baits it out. Punish. Buffet of damage. In the Oki situation, the corner push this character.
Wow.
In those pockets. Follow up EXTP. Back throw, there it is! CJ Truth taking it over Shine. We've been playing out of his mind, but at the same time, CJ Truth is just built different.
Yeah, he's resilient. He's not giving up in any of these situations here. Even if he gets busted or what, that's just not what it's about. He's ready. He's right back in there. He knows his game plan. He goes back to his game plan. And he's making it work.
I got ahead of myself. Sutu. Sorry.
Sutu,
But you know what?
indeed.
At the same time, the way he's playing, it's... Oh, man. Oh, man. This is down to the wire, people. Just the swing back from CJ right now is I don't know how you pull it back, right? If you're Shine. You're gonna have to see it. It's gotta happen now. There's a punish on the B skill.
You just cannot give CJ anything to react to.
Or combo TP right after, gets a throw.
Nothing that he's expecting anyway, and he was not expecting that command dash. So a great call right there by Shine.
Shine with the defensive back dash right there. Crouching mini kick to check. And claim that space is taken away. EX coming through the right after. Another throw, Shine. This is the pressure that he wanted. The pressure that he needed with the right after. Now Shine on match point. The actual match point, the real match point. Even though CJ has had that momentum, that pressure, and that poise, Shine answering back.
Cammy taking the helmet off. Couldn't see. Great little confirm. Shine moves slowly into the corner. No.
Made him way so far there.
Chasing! Oh my god, I feel like CJ's got to run away almost.
The ace kunai coming out. This is what's up a situation where, you know, plus frames are on the deck. Then Shine goes in and pecks away and then backs off with the air to air.
The trigger's ready. No DPs in those situations there. He's really made the kunai or jump around house count for him. Yes, here's kunai. Here's
Whoa.
Shine. Oh, big start.
Big turn of fortune. DJ can
Far
easily
not
take this back. No cross cut DP. Just want to risk it. The reversal, being defensive. The guard is up.
No
Not
DP
even
this
attempting.
time.
Not even attempting it. Even
This
though it
leaves
was
one kunai. No more kunais now. Trying to get in his Shine. No confirm.
Oh
Here's
my
another
God,
chip
it is
into the
super.
super. And CJ will prolong it. Yes, we are going to the final round of this match. This is to get into grand finals to play against Smug.
Final round.
final game.
Fight.
Final round. This is the real right here. CJ Truth, the old guard, the one from the NA East 1. The only one that's left in this top 8 right now. Fighting for his life. But Shine looking to put him down. Wants that rematch. Wants that run back from Smug. He's got to go through this. CJ Truth right here. And he's starting off right. Target combo from the air. Gets a throw. Building the stun up.
Uh-oh.
They push off the combo and drop, but this will clean up the throw. It's all Shine as he moves on to fight Smug.
Wow.
What a
What a
match.
final round. You know,
Oh my
considering
God.
how close that was and how back and forth that was, I guess maybe it's not a surprise that it ends up being a steamroll in the very end, because we did see quite a few rounds of that from both players, actually, even though it was very close overall. What a set. What a back and forth set. They both showed exactly what they wanted to do. And it was just a swing between who could stand at the space that they wanted to, who was ready for the dashes, who was ready for the command dashes or the dive kicks or the air EX kunais. And it just felt like that was constantly shifting back and forth and back and forth. Shine is the one who ended up on top.
It was such an exciting match between the two.
Yeah.
Total back and forth. Had me confused on where the score was at, but that just happens when you have such high level caliber, high level play, Street Fighter 5 action. I mean, this has been all the way through this entire top 8. We have seen so many back and forth. We've seen so many upsets that some people might, you know, think about. We've seen so many blow-ups. Just so much great play all the way through, and it's down to the wire. It's down to the finale right here, and I'm about it. I'm absolutely about it. Let's take a look at this bracket that we had. You know, CJ Truth, Endemic Shine at the top, you know, Smug, Dan Slip, obviously, and the winners. That's how things started off. And then, you know, Knuckledoo and Rob TV were there. Terrence and Brutus were there too. But now it is all down to the finale. Smug versus Shine. This is the Runback, people.
Two very, very deserving players. Two players who, for many years, we've all known have been among the strongest in North America. And who you know, haven't had that big moment in Capcom Cup where they make a deep drive, where, you know, some of us may have expected that to have occurred. This is the chance for that to begin for one of these two players. It will be a little bit of an easier road for Smug, who of course comes in here on the winner's side. He's just got to win the first 3 out of 5 set. That's going to be twice as long of a road for Shine.
Got to reset the bracket. That's how it works. When you're on the loser side, you got to pull them down to the dungeon. But people, CPT NA East 2 Grand Finals. Smug in winner's side and Shine in loser side, looking for that run back. Let's get it.
Come on, pick the right stage.
Please. That's what we're hoping for. You don't want to lose that intensity. You don't lose that fire, bro. Lose that heat. And I'm sure both of them want to go in and just, go in right. Going to go right into the action here as they have. It's going to be Shine with that Ibuki and Smug running that Balrog, which is perfectly fine, right? He had the approach last time. He had a dedicated game plan, and it worked out. The damage definitely helped out in that respect, too.
Final match starting off. Here comes Smug with the buffer. Just like that. And it's more pressure heavy. He has not sat back to try to build V-Skill 2. Instead, here he is.
Crush. Caught impressive after that EX. Unfortunate. There's the stun. Not the damage, but not enough to kill. But this will. This absolutely will.
Wow. So if your intention is to try to get in there rather than to back off and get the V-Skill 2, that's exactly what you want to see. You want to have that big explosive win. Here's a punish.
Not a big one. What a big drop right there. That could have been a lot more. From Shine, we've seen that from him in terms of keeping things punished and well dealt with, but not there.
That really worked out for Smug to get out. Hold on. Same for Shine.
Back throw. What's the positioning? This is where Smug loves to shine. Look at that V skill. Find the pressure. Woo! Jump
Blocks,
out.
then jump forward. Okay. Into the mix-up here. Smug gets got.
Just in right in front.
It's not enough yet. The lows, just an overhead low mix-up. Shoutouts to Smug blocking it correctly.
The walk-up throw. Shine still in it.
The guts of that walk-up throw.
Sweep. Gets the forward heavy kick. EX. I like just the back dash. He waited. Went for the back dash. Threw off the fierce. And the crush off the heavy kick. Another one.
Wow. Okay, waking up bravely. There was no V-trigger, though. Smug just laying that fierce out there. Does not want to let Shine get out of situations easily. Here's the V-Skill 2 now.
The pressure's on. Now it's off. There's the crush.
Uh-oh.
DP pickup. This can still be in Shine's favor, especially with the V-trigger activation with the mix on the deck. What's on the menu?
Whoa, not quite there. And he just wants to get rid of the stun. That was a solution there for Smug, and he comes in.
It's done. Smug takes the first one. Smug. There's just bust out moments, right? There's just strong moments of bust out, but also just defense in terms of not getting pieced up too much, especially with the V-trigger activations. Smug using that damage to the character too as well. It's a great effect. And if you're Shine, you don't want this to be a rerun. You want to change the channel. You want to watch something different.
Round one.
Not looking too different yet.
But we can get there,
well, I mean,
right?
to be honest, I do think that there were quite some significant differences in terms of how Smug won. This whiff punish has happened at this point 4 times.
It's a rerun of a rerun. It's inside the same episode.
But I don't remember seeing that in the previous set that they played. Maybe I just missed it, but this has been a big part of what's happening so far.
I feel like Smug has actually thought about this as he saw, Shine come through. Like he's had another game plan on top of his game plan, and it's rare. To follow up, but just goes for the dash up throw, actually. Not too much. So much damage lost. The target combo lands and scuffs up the shoes. Creasing him. Smug looking super dominant again.
His whip punishes are there, his pressure's there. Wow, okay. What season is this?
Yeah, really, you forgot about that tab? Sorry. They nerfed that.
They sure did.
All right, good interruption right there. Had to spend some kunai, but actually did not interrupt. I see the V-skill pop at the bottom here. Spins it right there. EX, constant pressure.
Had to activate, but that's no longer his turn. -2 there. Here he gets underneath, and he tried for the V-trigger. It wasn't in range.
There to see Smug, not land that dash up throw, no go. still stuck in the corner. Ooh, recovered in time to block that B skill. No trigger, but here it is from Shine.
Great defense. Smug still has a little bit of timer on that V trigger. It's gone. And then again, we've seen that a couple times here where Shine finds the crouching medium kick, walks up for the final round.
He's setting him up, conditioning him, and I loved it. Shine still fighting back. What a whip punish. He's a crouching medium punch into the EX. Gets a follow-up in the right after, and another throw.
Nice!
In the corner!
Beautiful. Getting that kunai back into pressure. Release. Is it enough?
Flip. Yo, the EX right after. My God.
Wow. That was so much damage. Evens it up. And that's just 1-to-1. It felt to me like Smug was about to steamroll this grand finals, and Shine battles back yet again. I feel like that's been a theme of this, not just in his matches versus Smug so far. His matches versus CJ have been that way. Very back and forth for Shine so far today. Yet here he is in grand finals.
But again, we've also, seen Smug, have those game plans. I feel like he's got more in the pocket, not just from obviously against this matchup, but just Shine himself. He has some stuff stocked in there, a whip punish on the V skill. Look at that range that he's playing up right outside the V skill. And then just choosing when he gets to go in, his back walking away, taking his nice and calm and peaceful time with everything and building up that damage.
Whiff punish yet again. Yeah, that's been a huge part of this grand final set so far. That big mid-range right there where with dashes, with dash punches, and with whip punishes, it feels like Smug just has control.
That casual stroll, like taking the dog out for a walk with the throw. Smug just feels so dominant in some of these rounds that even if, Shine's answering back, it just feels like you gotta look at these rounds and be like, what am I doing wrong if you're Shine? You can't let these rounds continue to happen over and over again. Even if the reset happens, you gotta send this pressure now and find these answers continuously.
Sometimes Smug now playing up in that little closer spot. He tried to walk in for the throw, no. And again, maybe tried it, but there was Shine to shut it down.
Punish.
Oh, punish, nicely. Activation, here comes Smug now. Into the plus frames on hit, into nothing at all.
Now Shine the one positioning right here. He's in great position actually. Got V-trigger if he needs it. Pops it. Trying to get rid of it. The throw. Great tech. Stays alive. Double whip.
Anything will do it for Shine, and he knows that, and he's playing like that right now.
Crush. Follow-up upper.
Oh, man. Uh-oh. Ooh, that would have been huge.
Oh, he knew what he wanted. Great tag. The reversal.
Almost supers, by the way.
Don't get hit. Do not
That's
get
the name
clipped.
of the game right here. Do not get buffered into dash punch super.
No! What an unfortunate mistake! I don't know what he reacted to, but Smug hits him with the CA! The C in the next round.
What was it?
What did he react to? Was there a hitch or was... I don't know.
No, man.
I don't know, man.
Well, whatever it was, puts now Smug up 2-1 in grand final set. All he's got to do is win one more game, and Smug will qualify for Capcom Cup this year. That's huge, and he'll take it, whether it comes as the result of Shine not making errors or Shine making errors, whatever.
To be such a big breakout moment for him, like this would be such a. I mean, he's obviously had his breakout moments, but like in recent times, in terms of like tournament wins that are super majors, he's made the Capcom Cup before. This is not new to him, but in this dominant fashion and this kind of system to go through where it's only one the winner from winner's side would be major, but Shine's not out of this just yet.
No way. And Shine has shown that to us. He's shown that, okay, he'll lose games, sometimes he'll lose rounds, sometimes you think he's getting busted. He comes back very strongly from those.
Russian need a kick conversion right here. On the other side, caught him not blocking, caught him lacking. Gets the right after. Overhead gets blocked, takes a turn. I love it.
And so does Shine. And so does Smug. They're playing very textbook right now.
Interruption. EX, but the wake up. EX. He's the one more hit to do it. This is the command grab. Oh my god. Smug is on match point.
Smug is on tournament point right now is what he's on. All he's got to do is win this one round and he books his ticket to Capcom Cup.
From winner's side, but here's the interruption. From Shine, throw. The jump back, I like that, eliminating some of that bar. There's the upper too.
Oh, Shine, it feels like he's in trouble. He has, oh no! Well, it didn't get punished. Big plus, enough that he could walk up slightly to get the grab. And Smug still moving towards the corner. Any big hit will do it. Shine now is looking for desperate things.
Smug, all he needs is that one final hit to do it right. All that bar at the bottom, doesn't get the confirm, gets the crush, the dash up to do it. Smug is your CPT NA East 2 champion. He will be going to Capcom Cup next year.
A 3-1 set. Look, Shine had battled back from losses in rounds and in games every other set that we saw. This time it just wasn't enough, and it felt like Smug, even from the beginning of that set, even though Shine did take a game, it felt like he was whiff punishing, like he was getting his offense going, like he was, if you wanted to, backing off and playing defensively. Man, the most amazing thing to me about Smug's gameplay is that he takes this extremely damaging character with mix-ups up close and he makes it look like a monster in neutral, using that as the way to then get in. We've been seeing him play like that for years and it just never fails to impress me. So here's the look at what the results are. Smug, first place overall. Shine, second place overall. CJ Truth, third. After that was Knuckledoo. Fifth places were Dan Slip and Terrence. Seventh places were Rob TV and Brutus.
Man, fantastic play all the way through this top 8. You know, listen, people may know me as a person with the greatest of predictions, you know, may know me as the Miss Cleo of the FGC, but today I could not tell you what was going to transpire. Even yesterday, there have been so many changes to probably everybody's fantasy brackets, but at the same time, you know, seeing Smug come through, I can't say I'm 100% surprised. Always a strong competitor. As you said, the whip punish is always on the deck and really optimizing the character to fullest effect and had a game plan for not only Ibuki, but Shine, a person he's probably played so many times before, you know, in years upon years in tournaments, casual matches, ranked, everything, right? So good, big ups to Smug to take this, man. What a match and what a road he had all the way through the winner's side of things.
Yeah, so he was never sent to losers. And even before this tournament began, once we saw the brackets, I think many of us identified Smug as a big threat here. And he certainly made good on that. So he made it through Sabin and Child in pools. He then made it through El Chicote in top 16. And then in top 8, he made it through Dan Slip and Shine, and then Shine again. That's quite a list of players. Also, shout outs to NLBC. They seem pretty good at this stuff. They got some players over there who have done pretty good work now and then.
Yeah, cultivating that talent, you know. And hey, New York is a magical place, right?
Yeah, super strong stuff by Smug. And like I said, I think that he was one of the favorites going into this thing. So maybe not a big surprise, but nevertheless, very cool to see. I'm happy for him there. He's one of my favorite personalities among players as well. Hilarious guy, great stream, highly recommended if anybody hasn't seen it. Shout outs to his stuff on YouTube as well. Here's a look at what's coming up. So in a couple of weeks, we will have the Europe East and Mideast CPT online. That's September 12th and 13th. You see the times there in Pacific, that's 9 a.m. where I live. Asia Southeast will be the weekend following that. The weekend following that will be South America.
A lot of great Street Fighter V action still coming up throughout the weekends, but man, I wonder what's going to happen this week, you know, after, you know, since Smug just did everything the winner side with ROG. Are people going to adjust their tier list? Are we going to be seeing more on the timeline? Is it going to be one of those unfortunate things where, you know, ROG just shoots all the way up to 5th? Because, you know that's how it happens, right?
Again, if you are in one of those regions that we just mentioned, consider registering, play in these tournaments here. if you win, you can go to, well, you will go to Capcom Cup. If not, no big deal. Come get some tournament experience, have fun, enjoy it.
It's a great thing about these online tournaments is that it actually makes it very easy for a lot of players who maybe aren't able to make the travel out, consistently, to have a shot. And if you lose, you just drop your system, you go take a walk and eliminate that salt. You don't have to go through like a 7-hour plane ride or anything like that. You're good to go. So there's no reason not to try out and hit up the online tournaments that we have here. As we said before, take a register for these tournaments that are coming up in the coming weeks. But man, it's been some great Street Fighter V action all the way through, and I'm curious. I can't wait to see the timeline, man. I can't wait to see that my Twitter timeline is going to be blowing up with Raw gets top 10. I told you.
Hey, man, I put up a tier list. True story. About a week and a half ago, I had Boxer in high tier. I don't want to. I do want to brag a little bit, actually.
Okay.
I was right. That's all. It's a pretty well balanced game, though. So it's been cool to see everybody's take on different tier lists. Fudo's out there on a quest to find the wonkiest tier list that he can find, and they've been really fun to see. They've been amazing to see because the game is balanced enough that I think many different perspectives can be credibly shared about Street Fighter V and which characters are where and even who beats who. There's a lot of different takes on the game right now, and that's the best kind of situation, when it's not cut and dry, when the game is balanced enough, when matchups are close enough that different people can disagree. That tends to mean that things are in a pretty good spot.
Absolutely, especially with the character that we just seen today, Rog, who may not be top tier, but high enough tier that can make the work and make the effort. Like if you put in the effort with the character, you can make some great things happen. But man, it's been some great action all the way through this top 8, top 16, all the way through. I've been watching the streams and all the way up to this point. Hope you guys have enjoyed all this great Street Fighter V action. And David, you got anything you want to say to the people?
Yeah, nicely done to Saint Cola on your first CPT commentary. I thought that was pretty sick. How you feeling about it?
I feel like you carried, obviously, but no. I honestly, I love it. I love this game and I love this scene. And at the end of the day, I'm really appreciative of Capcom giving me this opportunity to kind of step up on the plate with the CPT big league. So hopefully I get to come through again.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. You did great. Cool. All right. Well, again, in a couple of weeks, we'll be back with the CPT. The next one's going to be Europe and Middle East. Check it out then. For now, we're going to sign off. Congrats to the players yet again. Shout outs to St. Cola. Shout outs to everybody behind the scenes as well. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Have a good night.